crap! I went way over the timer. Hello, what's up? What's up, everybody? Sorry, I forgot. I don't know why. It's always the same story, but I decided to take a shower in the 10 minutes that I have, like in the waiting room screen. I literally had all day to do it, and I decided to do it right before I started stream. Hello, everybody! I missed you guys. Yeah. Listen, there's a bunch of new things in the stream. Oh, it's working! Wait, can you guys hear it? I've added Tangia. Wait, that's not Kirby Adventure. Oh, alright, so I was sick that the Twitch side had like nothing to use with the redeems. And I also added some Streamlabs alerts. And I hope that they work. Ooh, that's the Kirby. I'm like, okay, so how is that gonna work though when we watch videos and stuff? Maybe I'll pause it? Because this thing has sound. Wait, let me just see. Kirby Bitch Ball. Bitch Ball. Kirby Adventure. There's also apparently a way. Yeah, so some of them have sound, some of them I muted, but maybe I should have the sound on for all of them. Yeah, we might have to... Or I could mute them, you know? Interactions... Wait, let's see. Alright, volume. Okay, wait, try the Kirby Beach Ball again. So, I was into Aqua's stream. She has a very entertaining stream. And she had Tangia on. And she has this thing where, I don't know how she set it up. It's with Tangia. And they clipped her while she said something. They added it to Tangia, like in that same stream. And then they kept on spamming it. You guys can also use bits for it. Some of them I did with redeems. But if the redeems get too spammy, I'm just going to... I'll just make them bits only. Oh yeah, see, that's the sound. Ah! Yeah, it's like a soundboard. There's no... What do you mean there's no sound so far? None of it have sound? Do you guys hear this sound? Oh, you were there, Desario? She's a great entertainer. But you guys don't hear the sound? How do you guys not hear the sound? Because I see it in my overlay. Fuck! Are you serious? I'm the only one that's hearing the sounds? I wonder why is that? I actually... Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Hi, French Otaku. That doesn't make sense. Okay, they should all go through the stream mix. I updated so many things that I guess it could be anything at this point. But how am I supposed to test that? Also, let me know when the false stream starts. Yeah, I have no clue how we're supposed to... Okay, try now. I don't know. I'm just gonna do random shit. Can somebody try or redeem now? Whoa. Can you guys hear it? No. I'm gonna check everything till something works. No. Fuck. That's lame. I'm hearing them, and they're showing up in my OBS. I don't understand why it's not working for you guys. Boom. Yeah. No, it's not OBS is broken. It's probably the way I set it up somehow. Property. Back. Monitor only. No. Off. Okay. I mean, I can figure it out off stream, whatever. Whatever. What about the rest? I guess we'll see if the Streamlabs alert work. Okay, well, thanks for... Bada bing! Thanks for putting the peep one for my face. I couldn't move that one. It's just like that. It's just made like that. But it... Oh, you guys can't hear the sound effects anymore, neither. Interesting. There's a few things that need to be fixed. I'm doing good. What about you guys? I mean, there's a few things I want to test today. The raid alerts, I've added that. Hopefully, the Streamlab alerts work for when Twitch people sub on Twitch. Because I thought it was lame that they didn't get any alerts. I have to like manually click on them. The other thing is my internet is one thing. Like if there's lags or drop frame or that it cuts off, we'll see today. What else? The Tangia alerts, which is odd because I'm literally seeing the bar move on my side in OBS. I don't know why you guys can't hear it. We'll figure it out later. You got a can of vodka Sprite. Let's go. Oh yeah, did you guys hear about the insane discount on GamerSupps? 20% off. These, I don't know how long it's gonna last. New notification. Your microphone is unmuted but has no signal. Okay. Okay, OBS. Lazy Viking! 13 months already. I feel as old as a horse. Thank you for the precious squad. Oh my god. Lazy Viking, thank you so much. 1 year and a month together. That's insane. Thank you so much. Yeah. You almost broke your back playing a table tennis. Wrap it up. Getting too old. Yeah, and you can use code CLOP. They let me have that code name. Indeed. Okay, my new favorite tea is the Earl Grey, but the blue one. Nobody else was using CLOP. No. No. Let's see. What's happening on Twitter.com? Oh yeah, Nerissa debuted a new outfit yesterday. It's very cute. It's like a cute nightgown. Oh yeah, I'm commissioning like a... You know that trend with the armpits? Armpits are big right now, apparently. Allegedly. And I pulled Twitter asking them if they want to have me with Juan, the fan mascot, or me with Gold Chip. And they voted for Gold Chip. Yeah, it's safe for work. I mean, it's an armpit. Unless suddenly armpits aren't safe for work anymore. Also, I've been planning some collabs, getting out of my comfort zone. Everybody's been responding really positively, so I'm very happy about it. I reached out to a bunch of people, and make sure to save the dates. I'm probably going to start my subathon on... Okay, I can't open it right now. On the 28th of February / March 1st. So save the dates. Considering people's reaction to Bakushan, I think the rules may change. Wait, that's another thing that I needed to make sure of. Is it... Because I know Uma Musume has some TOS when it comes to their fan arts of their Umas. So are we allowed? Because I've seen a bunch of MMD animations with the Uma Musume, but I want to make sure that I respect it. We're allowed to use Gold Chip, right? For licking armpit animation, hopefully. Hey, beer bottles. If it's not lewd, usually it's fine. Okay. The other thing... the other thing is that I don't know if you guys know about this, but there's a new feature on YouTube that's being rolled out. That's been rolled out for a couple of weeks now. It's called Hype. And the way to do it... You can hype a video. You only get 3 hypes per week, I believe. So you need to be mindful of who you use your hypes on. And you can hype up a video in the first 7 days when it's come out. So it's already too late for my last video. But for the next video, for example, you can log in. You have to do it from your mobile. It only works on mobile. You open up a video, mine, save them for my videos, and then you can hype them up. Hype's been a thing for a long time. Yeah, but nobody uses it because they never showed people how to use it. I always thought it was accessible from desktop, but I tested it today and it's only accessible on mobile and on specific videos. Oh, you use it? Nice. Yeah. What time is it? Alright, the fall stream is soon. Yeah, I didn't know it was a thing. A lot of people didn't know it was a thing. Yeah, but it really helps a video. Like, it really does push it into the algo. If people use it, they'd remove it in some useless UI update. True. We do just never showcase or explain the merits. They don't show us anything. Like, I know it's been rolled out for a while, but I haven't seen anybody like talk about it. Hello, Tyrants. I'm doing well. How you doing? I love the pillows. Somebody fought, like, so I got demonetized on Twitter because I decided to apply for the subscriptions because I met the requirement, and suddenly it like triggered a bug where it completely demonetized me because they thought I did adult content, and somebody said maybe it's because of the body pillows. And you know, I have like the most tame body pillow ever, by the way. Everybody laughs at it because they say it's like not lewd at all. But it might be because they scanned the word Dakimakura. Like, it might actually be that. Yeah, I have used it, but it gets pushed a little. I forgot about it. Exactly, especially since you gotta go on your mobile for it. How do you use it again? You have to go open a video. It's only on videos, I believe, and it's from your mobile phone. It's only it only shows up on mobile. It's right under. It's like, okay, let me check on my phone real quick. Oh my god, I just opened a random video. But it's literally like... Oh, well, this video doesn't even have the hype option. Oh, it's been 9 days. It needs to be in the first 7 days where a video comes out. It's right next to the, like, that line where there's the sub, where you can add a video to a playlist, etc. It's on that line. You just gotta scroll to the left a little bit. Sometimes it's hidden. You gotta swipe. Mm-hmm. But yeah, it was weird that Twitter demonetized me because it's not against TOS to tweet or even to post adult stuff. Like there's a bunch of prawn on Twitter. But you're not supposed to post adult stuff in your subscriptions. Like they don't want you to use Twitter as a Twitter subs as like a page sorry, an OnlyFans. But like I wasn't planning to post any loot stuff in my Twitter subscriptions. It was so weird. Does it work with lives? That's a good question. That's something to be tested. Yeah. Is it the little star by report the video? No, it will say hype. If it has the star, that's not it, because I've seen the star. Thank you, the cat. Thank you. Today... I don't want to talk about this stuff. There's some, like, you know, art drama in the VTuber community. There's been some Google Docs. They haven't gotten much traction. We can take a look at them. There's been the... author of Gachiakuta. That is like fighting with the fans right now. Oh my god. Hi! Did you guys hear that? Blue Moon! Thank you so much for the tier 1. Thank you for the 3 months. Alright, that worked. We just tested our first... that gave me a jump scare. That gave me a jump scare. Like, who was that? This is a soundbite from my Discord server. By the way, if you haven't joined already, it's discord.gg/Rima. I've never heard these sound bites before. Every single one of them is literally clipped out of context. Like, I'm getting clip champed like crazy. Oh, the BGM was louder? Fuck. That sucked. Okay, I'm gonna make a note of it. Raise volume of alerts. OBS. Yeah, so... Rainy day. Kei Urana, the mangaka of Gachiakuta, has asked fans once again not to reuse the series cover design as template. So, Basically, she tweeted, I previously asked people not to turn the cover design into a template, yet some are still doing it. Comments like Gachiakuta is only popular because of Gachiakuta OCs, or are you denying our creativity or missing the point? Please understand the boundary between fan works and the official material. I'm using a translation app. It's got 4 million views, and I started looking a little bit into it. This isn't the first time she's made like a request like that. So previously she also asked, Gachiakuta's cover design is not a free template. Please do not use the official hashtag for OCs. And in another instance, she QRT'd a fan who says, haven't seen anyone make any Raiders manga cover templates that's free to use for everyone, so I decided to make it myself. So this person made a template of one of her covers for the Raiders in Gachiakuta, and she said, not recommended. Stop doing things that diminish the value of this design, especially if you're using it for your OC, and don't use the official hashtag for your OC. The other day I saw someone making the delusional claim that Urana liked my OC. I've kept quiet until now, but let me make this clear. I do not approve of OCs. Keep that sort of thing to yourself. I've seen people say things like, I'll give you my idea, but I decline. I appreciate your love for Gachiakuta, but it's time to establish some order. Thank you for your support. And it's gotten some people very angry. And they're lashing out, they're saying that she hates her fans. Basically, from my understanding, is pretty much taking one of her covers and distributing it as a template so people can copy paste their OCs on top or draw their OCs on top so it looks like a legit Gachiakuta cover, but with their own like character that they've created. So why doesn't she want that? It can be multiple things. Copyright rules are way more severe and strict in Japan. There's also the fact that she doesn't want it's a new series, and she doesn't want new fans to get confused between what is official artwork and what is unofficial artwork. And it's just about establishing boundaries between these things, basically. And because of that, there's been a lot of fans that are now claiming that like she hates creativity, that she hates her own fans. When you get done pouring blood, sweat, and tears to create a fan-made cover to show your love and appreciation for a series that inspired you, only to be met by Kei Urana themselves with an AA-12 with a switch pointed at you, dingling because people only care about OCs, apparently. Just shut up and write your manga, bro. Why does it even bother you? This person said. Never seen a mangaka hate their own fan base this much. And this bee sucks so much, bro. I hate that Gachiakuta is so good, Lamau. Nothing about this moron is appealing. Just an absolute dredge of a person. Fantastic artist, though. There's also this comment, wow, I'm so excited to make a Gachiakuta OC. I love the work. Kei Urana with the laser beam eyes. And then she hates her fan base with a Aisho Speed meme. Highlight art! It's also a meme trying to use an image as template, put your OC or characters on top. Yeah, I think somebody posted some... Okay, you know what? I'm not gonna scroll because I usually mute my threads once they start getting traction so I don't get spammed with notification nonstop. But it's basically just using her covers as a background for your original characters. And then another thing that she had an issue with is that people were putting that in the official art tag when she asked for them to use the Gachiakuta OC hashtag. It's literally is just like hashtag Gachiakuta OC. And some people have been really understandable. Some fans are supporting her, but some others obviously not so much. I feel like she's the kind of mangaka that tweets a lot, and that's really in touch with her fan base, and it's also a mangaka that a lot of fans, because she also has like a lot of young fans that are on the internet a lot, that assume a lot of things about her. So she's had to clarify things time and time again. This is sort of a cultural misunderstanding where this kind of stuff is treated as way more sacred in Japan. But at the same time, it's the same thing as with VTuber culture, right? When a VTuber asks, for example, not to put AI art into their official art tag, it's pretty much the same thing. Also, some people have been tracing the covers as well. Like, I mean, if somebody tells you to do something, whether you agree with it or not, if it's their work, you should just respect it. No question asked. You're like, oh, you're being a little. You can think that, oh, it shouldn't have been such a big deal, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because it's her work. So she can do whatever the fuck she wants with it. She can be as severe with her rules as she wants with it, at least in my opinion. Like, in Japan, they won't even let you take photos in most crowded places, like museums, it can be cafes, things like that, for various reasons. But one of them, when I looked it up, was because they don't even want you to upload photos of strangers or staff. Like, it's just sometimes even for copyright issues. So they won't let you take photos of paintings, or like I went to a museum and I couldn't even take a single photo. It's kind of weird to think that you'd go to the Louvre and not take a single photo, right? Because we're so used to using photography to be like, yes, I was there. This is the proof that I was there. I must show it to other people. But they don't, because it can also they're so afraid of copyright issues. Well, I'm not talking about strangers in the street, because you can't really control people that are in public areas. I'm talking about touristic places or cafes, private businesses. Horikoshi has experienced this kind of reaction from his fan base when he did include fan favorite shipping like Bakugo and Deku and a yaoi shipping and Oshako Toga. Is that the mangaka from fuck? What's that manga called? Um, I started watching it, but I dropped it. I probably should. I probably should pick it up again. My Hero Academia, yes, yes. The first season was good. I don't know why I stopped watching it, but apparently the mangaka from My Hero Academia is like one that really folded to public pressure, and because of that I heard that there was a lot of criticism towards the way he ended his manga. I'd like to check it out for myself, see if it's true. Remember how Bleach ended? Bleach ending was good. Wait, what do you mean? Bleach ending was good. What do you mean? You're such a hater, AO. Yeah, I've heard from a lot of My Hero Academia fan base that his ending was bad and that basically the mangaka. The problem is that everything he had set up throughout the manga was basically the ending ended up being like contrary to it. It just didn't make sense. The Bleach anime ending was very controversial when it came out. Wait, really? Why? Wait, why was it controversial? Because he ended with Orihime rather than Rukia? Like, I don't get it. They changed the end slightly in the anime of My Hero Academia? Oh, really? The Bleach anime was controversial because it wasn't the ending of the manga. Oh! But the Bleach anime is still going on. Wait, I'm confused. I thought you guys were talking about the manga. I watched the manga. I read the manga. I didn't watch the anime is still going on. They mean before the 100-Year War? Oh, I don't remember then. What was the ending of that? Never mind. True, we had to wait 10 years to get the new anime that continues the manga. I don't know why people shit on 1000-Year Blood War so much. I'm actually enjoying it I love that arc. I love that arc. Oh, you guys were talking about pre-war. Okay, I legit do not remember. Maybe you guys are right then. Maybe the anime ending was shit because I don't recall it at all. Oh, if I remember correctly, Tite Kubo admitted to rushing the ending of the manga because he was ill and he plans to make an edited version with the anime court 4. Sitting on the Fullbringer arc as a finisher for 10 years was really bad. He had really bad health problems though. We watched a documentary on him a long time ago. It's on my highlight channel, I'm pretty sure. He had severe like shoulder and back problems, but also he dealt with a lot of mental health issues, and then he started working on another project for a video game or something that a friend brought him on, and it like helped him like reestablish his mental health a little bit. Poor guy. Yeah, I need more Grimjow. Quincy feels out of left and Squad Zero are? Wait, what? Is that even a sentence, Yuriko? Are you speaking like Yoda? People with more health issues than mangaka are VTubers? That's so funny! VTubers are literally made out of, like, glass. Like, if you blow on them, they'll fall apart. They'll get blown into dust into the wind. Hey, Scarlet! Feels out of left field and Squad Zero are laughable. Well, Hewok was pretty strong, especially when you got like Hewok's strongest glazer glazing him all the time. They were supposed to be strong. They just got power scaled, I guess. The writer part of me could never be a mangaka. The notion of publishing a story while I'm still writing it sounds scary. I don't get that. Like you surely you have a plan of what your manga is gonna be before starting to publish it. It depends. There's writers do it in different styles, I think. Like some people, they know what I've been told is that some writers, like, they like to plan every single detail, like, top to bottom, right? Some other writers, they're like, I know my beginning, I know my ending, I know that each chapter, there's this thing that needs to happen in each chapter, but they also give themselves some leeway to explore other things throughout the chapters, and sometimes one thing leads to another and they get new ideas and then they add on to it. And I think probably most mangakas do that. But for example, Oda, like, there's no way he didn't plan some things in advance because there's so many recurring things that happen. You know what I mean? Like, it's gotta be planned. Because each character, like the character that you met fucking 30 years ago. How long has One Piece been running? The character that you met 30 years ago ends up being the brother of the second cousin of the new dude that you're meeting, like... and then they show up again. With Oda, every characters are foreshadowing? Yeah. The world government is actually strong. Choo-choo-choo. Thank you, Kirsten Tehime. Have a good day. Oda planned the ending since he was 17? That's so impressive. I think the general consensus is that they have some form of outline, even as barebone, it may be pretty key plot points a character, but the rest of the story is usually very loose and they wing it. Yeah. What about Berserk, though? All the arc around the Seven World War and Worst Generation were not planned. I know, his editor... There's something about the writer's world that is really interesting to me. Like, everybody that's surrounding these people is really interesting to me. Like, can you imagine the discussions these people have? It must be amazing. They're all, like, very artistic, intellectual people. Even the editors. Like, how does one even become an editor? Like, nobody just, you know, you're a kid and you have all these dreams. People want to be like teachers, astronauts, influencers. Nobody like wakes up and be like, I wish I want to become an editor when I grow up. Like, how do you even become an editor? A lot of the writers, when I listen to them, or sometimes I listen to Masterclass and all of that, they have these, they tell about a lot of really interesting discussions that they have with their editors. It seems like they have a very close symbiotic relationship, and you must have one if, I mean, you're letting somebody read your drafts. Like, you're letting somebody read your non-polished writing. That is incredibly intimate. Feel like editors or artists who couldn't make it. Well, what if it's like they have really good taste, they really know what makes a story work, they can, you know, read a line and feel like when these two words are too much, for example, but they may not be the one, like, it might be somebody that's really good at concepts, that has incredible literary taste, but that isn't the kind of person that's really comfortable with a pen. I don't know. I'm just talking out of my ass. I really don't know. Yes, I've heard about Detective Conan. There was tons of Detective Conan collabs in Japan. My chat told me that it's like a very long anime. Same with Berserk. I read back when Miura had passed away, his friend that took over said Miura had spoken to him about the ending, but only had bullet points of main plot points he wants to hit. I really hope... well, we haven't started watching it yet. We're just yapping for now. It looks like we're watching something like lewd. Alright, here. This is a better screen. Yeah, I think it's a different skill set. I think editors are talented people as well. I've only been an editor for a scientific magazine. The process is a bit different. I mean, there's literally books and authors that have been saved by their editor. They're like extremely important in the ecosystem. I'm really curious how all of that works. How does a publishing house work nowadays? I know I've watched like a single video about how nowadays all the books are like prawn. They're basically porn books. Shit, I'm sorry, YouTube. I shouldn't have said that. It's it was a video on woman literature, and it was basically how all the woman literature nowadays was just smut. But like like calling smut books woman literature is a little bit like diminishing. Like it's kind of insulting, don't you guys think? It's like saying that like Pornhub is men's cinema. Like no. I've read some female authors that were exploring you know, dark topic, very serious topics, not just romance, not just smut. But apparently that's what sells. Like, and these books, they farm. They fucking farm. Man, cinema makes me feel better about it. Ethical gooning. Let's go. Yeah, the Bronte sisters are rolling in their graves, right? George Sand had some... I used to read George Sand. She, I mean, she wrote under a man's pen name. But she was a female writer. She was really good. So, it's, I mean, if it gets people to read books, I guess I'm okay with it. I don't know how to feel about it. I'm like, it's better than not reading books. But I just hope that we're not training people to only like these kind of books. And I know these kind of books have been extremely trendy on social medias, on TikTok and all of that. And it's always been a little worrying to me. I've always been kind of a book snob where I'm like, I'm really not into that kind of stuff. For me, it's like Twilight level of literature, and that's just not what I'm looking for when I'm reading. But I guess it's better than not reading it at all. Well, the only time that I went on Book Talk was to see what people were saying about War and Peace. And they said that the book would have been better without the war part. And I was like, I am closing this app and never opening it again. A mangaka's weirdly wonderful workplace. Anime gives a glimpse of the mangaka's work and their editor. It's interesting to see the backstage of a manga. Oh, that's the anime you guys been telling me to check out. Yeah. You know what I think about now? I just think of Rohan when I think of a mangaka. Shut up, Aqua. But yeah, considering some people have been like totally misinterpreting some of my most tame tweets lately, I do think that I should probably do my part in the world and talk about books a little bit more. Like I should start reading people some books. Maybe my VTuber model with the bobas might help. Like I need to do my part in the world to up the media literacy out there. I can't just be criticizing it. I need to do my part. I was like, I wanted to reread Hamlet. Because I really like the prose. I don't watch TikTok. I don't. Hi, Aqua! How's it going? How's it going? How you doing? Aqua, I tried to install Tangia, but the sound doesn't work. I don't know why. I'll fix it later. My stream is always scuffed. Doing good. Oh, I'm so happy. Is it your day off today? Yeah, I decided to stop being a scuff streamer, but I'm still scuff finally. Taicho! Taicho Aqua isn't here. Hi Aqua, oh great, this will get real confusing real fast. No, Aquaric, you're Yasquaric. We're yassifying everybody. Oh, you cancel stream? Are you tired today? Yeah, it's the better Aqua. It's funny because yesterday she mentioned that she thought that her father was like a hoarder. But I was telling my stream, like I think a few weeks ago, that my parents are legit hoarders. I only was able to clean a single room, and it was like the medicine cabinet, and I swear to God, I threw away medicine that was expired since the 80s. And every week that I go back to see my family, my dad like kind of complains. And oh shit, false. Yeah, I forgot about that. My dad's been complaining that he's looking for something that I like probably threw away. He's like still upset about it. It's like, Dad, please man, these medication, they were no good anymore. Wait, I have following notifications on? I shouldn't have. It's bad. Yeah. It's bad. Oh, yesterday took a lot out of me. Dude, you were so hyper. I mean, maybe you're always like that. I don't know, but... No, it was good. It was such a great stream. They were spamming that masochist line, which I found really funny. I hope the house at least fire hazard safe. Oh, it's never fire hazard safe when I'm there. I'm a walking fire hazard. Wait, is he... Oh, he's not live on Twitch. He's live on YouTube? I'm like jumping from topic to topic.
Go after tall, rich...
Oh my god, I just... clicked on a random stream. Oh, it was just a 1-minute announcement? Okay. I've already missed it. It was a video. Oh, it was not live. Okay. Yeah, I've almost burned down my place like 5 times last month, but I didn't almost burn it down yesterday. So that's gotta be like improvement, right? Right? Okay, let's watch the false ID video then. Where has he been? I have no
We're going
sound.
to keep this short and bitterly sweet, as today I, False ID, am officially announcing my indefinite hiatus for the foreseeable future beginning on March 7th, 2020.
He's joining a corporation.
26. There are many personal and professional reasons that influence this decision. Chief among them is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that deserves my full time and focus.
Wait. Rat's time? This was the wording that Niana used. Hold up. He's dreading whole stars. Start ratting.
All videos will remain available to view on the YouTube channel after my exit on March 7th. The TVS Discord will enter read-only mode on March 21st of 2026. Alongside, all TVS merchandise sales will be discontinued on March 21st of 2026. Both of my co-hosts, Lady and Cody, will continue on with their VTuber activities.
okay.
It has now been over 6 years since I began as a VTuber, and over 5 years since we began Things VTubers Say, now spanning over 760 episodes and covering over 12,000 unique VTubers, artists, and fans alike. I cannot thank you all enough for being part of my life and creating a community that maturely discussed important and fun topics every single day. I hope you all can join me for a final annual charity drive for the American Heart Association, scheduled from March 1st to March 7th. And yes, with 2 weeks left, we'll have more Things VTubers Say for you soon.
Oh. I see what you did there. Okay, so they're continuing it. By the way, before I forget, shout out to Aqua. Really good streamer. If you want to go check it out, check out her. She mainly streams on Twitch. She also uploads some videos on YouTube. Oh my god, I don't want to hear myself. Shut up, Rima. There you go. Chat. There you go. Every time I open a window, I have to hear myself talk. Okay, Kick is already muted. Great, thank you, thank you. Go check her out. She's amazing. Really good entertainer. And False has also tweeted announcement of indefinite hiatus. Dear viewers, today I announced my indefinite hiatus for the foreseeable future beginning on March 7, 2026. Okay, that's very soon. That's like in 2 weeks. There are many personal and professional reasons that influence this decision. Chief among them is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that deserves my full time and focus. All videos will remain available to view on the YouTube channel after my exit. Good. TVS Discord will enter read-only mode. Really? Alongside all TVS merch, sales will be discontinued on March 21st, 2026. Both of my co-hosts, Lady and Cody, will continue on with their VTuber activities. Damn! The TVS Discord was a really good place to get information. I'm kind of bummed about that. It has now been over 6 years since I began as a VTuber and over 5 years since we began Things VTubers Say. Now spanning over 760 episodes and covering over 12,000 unique VTubers, artists, and fans alike. I cannot thank you all enough for being part of my life and creating a community that majorly discussed important and fun topics every single day. I hope you can all join me for a final annual charity drive for the American Heart Association, scheduled from March 1st to March 7th. And yes, with 2 weeks left, we'll have more Things VTubers Say for you soon. Very nice announcement. I'm kind of bummed that he's leaving. We are dropping like flies. I feel like False is one of those person that got way too much shit for no reason. And when you ask concretely what people had against him, they couldn't really give you any good reason. He did his due diligence. He was neutral. And there's like, I don't know, maybe 2 people that would be allowed to criticize him because they've had like, you know, specific beef with him. But aside from that, I feel like everything else was just noise, and I never really understood it because I thought he did great work. He sat on information for so long. He made sure to verify it before going public with it. Like, this is a fucking loss, man. Yeah, thanks to him, Aster got exposed. He didn't just like run with anything without like checking his. I don't know. I thought he did good. And he had a wholesome community. Don't leave us, Rima. Not many good reporters left. Well, I wouldn't consider myself a reporter, but I am a commentator. Yeah, I will miss Falls, and Kyo's gone too. So yeah, he had integrity. Thank you, Sky and Rainpuff. I do think he did. And also, like, there's a lot of the stuff that, I mean, the public doesn't know about, but I know for a fact that False also settled a lot of disputes behind the scenes that, you know, he's never even mentioned to the public. And I know this because it's also happened to me, where, you know, there's a lot of VTubers or a lot of people that ask us for help. Sometimes we help broker negotiations. It's just we don't brag about it, but it seems that we just people don't see that. They don't see the good sides. They only see the nitpicks. I thought he was a very professional individual. But right now, I understand why he took this decision. I don't know the details of it, but I do feel like the scene has changed a lot, even since like I got in there. I do feel like we're heading towards a more like toxic environment, or maybe it's always been like that. I'm just noticing it more now. I don't know. Do you guys remember when some people were upset at him because he covered their concert but didn't cover it like long enough, and then they started like a hate campaign against him, like things like that. It was so stupid. Or they were upset at his thumbnails. That is like, you would I had to explain to my IRL friends why the internet was mad lately. And she did not understand anything. She was like, wait, so people are mad at a cartoon character because of a thumbnail they made? I was like, yes, like, because there was a thumbnail where he had like his mouth open, like, you know, like the pog face. She was like, what's the pog face? I was like, you know, when you do that face? And it's just so silly. Whenever you try to explain these things to a real person that's like well adapted to society, they just don't get it. Maybe someone else would fill the space he left. The problem is the new people that have been popping up don't have his level of professionalism or integrity, because nowadays what sells is like sensationalism, rage bait, and a lot of people who like stretch the truth to fit their narrative. Yeah, the toxic environment before was closer to idol drama than what it is now. I feel like I could handle the idol drama more. It was more bearable. Boss knew everyone too. He'd been around for years. That is true. That is true. Yeah, exactly. I know some drama tours that got mad at Falls because he refused to talk about unbased rumors. Yeah, no, he didn't run with speculations. He went with like the official stuff. I appreciate TVS covered the JP side things. Yeah. Screenshotted that pop face? You did? Oh my god. Okay, also there's this Reiko, you piece of shit. See, the thing is, chat, Reiko is somebody that lives in a very gray country with no happiness. And so he likes to make fun of me by doing memes. Such as this one. And he's been trying to convince me to put this as my Twitter PFP. It is so silly. That's a great meme. Bro, fix the eyes. This is the worst, like, drop bucket selection ever I've ever seen. This is peak. Do it. It is pretty good. Do it for a week? I'm kind of down. Maybe. I don't know. I'll think about it. Maybe I'll save it for the subathon. What he does is way beyond a meme. It's a public service. Well, thank you, Reiko, for your public service. This is his ray of sunshine because the country where he lives in, Great Britain, doesn't have much of those. 07 Reiko. And 07 Pulse. We're gonna miss you, goat. Oh, yeah. So, okay. There's some new stuff going on about Kurt Cobain. I don't know if you guys remember this or if you're old enough, but he used to be the lead singer of Nirvana, which was a very famous band in the 90s. I feel like everybody's heard Nirvana, right? Like, you don't have to be born... You didn't have to be born back then to, like, listen to them. It's kind of like a classic. And Courtney Love was his wife, right? And after his death, she became like this widow that had like this aesthetic going on with her. And she was very famous. Why does she say Kurt Cobain like people say Hulk Hogan? I didn't butcher the name. That's how you say his name. I don't know why you guys have an issue if I say his name. Yeah, like her career really took off. There's, you know, she's done brand collabs with the Courtney Love style. Like her style became a trend almost. Kurt Cobain. Okay, Bane. She was already pretty successful before. True. But now, in 2026... Oh yeah, and his death was like, you know, suicide. Now in 2026, this YouTuber called Otozi, who my chat told me that he's pretty good with research and wouldn't usually run, you know, or publish a video without checking his source first. You guys can tell me if they were wrong about that. But he published this video saying they found proof Kurt Cobain didn't end his life. And now people are saying that she had a part to play in it. That is crazy. He's solid. She also tried to warn people about Weinstein way back. Really? And probably no one listened to her because she kind of was Menhera. No fucking way, y'all. Alright, so let's watch this. I'm curious. I didn't pre-watch this. Okay, Atosi sometimes exaggerates in titles and thumbnails, but in his actual videos, he's mostly accurate. Alright, well, I don't mind that because I know, you know, YouTube's like that. Unfortunately, if you don't frame a video really well, I think Dr. K released a video on this recently. Nobody's gonna consume it, and it's kind of sad, but that's just the game we all gotta play. Brandon Herrera did a good video on this, which practically proves it wasn't self-inflicted. Is it a recent video? Like, this is the first we've heard about it, right?
30 years ago, Kurt Cobain's passing was ruled to be self-inflicted, but now, forensic experts are saying, hey, this might have all been staged.
More than 3 decades after his death shocked the music world, questions are once again swirling around the final hours of Kurt Cobain. Nirvana's lead singer was found dead April 5th, 1994, inside of a greenhouse above his Seattle garage. And Seattle police, they closed the case after the King County medical examiner ruled it suicide, citing a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Shotgun wound, to be even more specific. So why am I talking about it now? Well, an unofficial private team of forensic scientists says the evidence tells a very different story.
And I mean, this case has been closed for longer than I've been alive. But in April of 1994, Kurt Cobain was found unresponsive in his Seattle home.
I feel like this is akin to reopening the JFK files.
A firearm injury was discovered, and authorities ruled it a self-inflicted one. A note was then found nearby, and toxicology reports showed high levels of substances in his system. And again,
oh my god, this guy writes as well as I do. Except he was like on substance abuse, so I don't really have any excuse.
The King County Medical Examiner determined the manner of death was self-inflicted, and the Seattle Police Department agreed. Case closed seemingly, and that was the end of it, or so we thought at least. And look, I am no conspiracy channel, but recently there have been official news reports about a new independent forensic review of this case. And some of the claims made are strange enough where I felt like I should probably cover this. So today we're going to be going through what's being claimed and what the authorities are saying in response. Typically, I start by explaining, who the person we're talking about today is, but most people know who Kurt Cobain was. Lead singer of Nirvana and an absolute musical genius. But back in 1994, Cobain had been struggling, and we know he had chronic pain and depression. Just weeks earlier, there had been a serious medical incident overseas, and police previously removed firearms from his home after concerns of his own safety. And the medical incident we're talking about involved Cobain taking an OD level amount of substances before being found by his wife Courtney. Then a few weeks later, Courtney called the police to say that Cobain was locking himself in his room with a firearm. But when police arrived, he said he was actually trying to avoid his wife. And again, both these scenes happened just the month before he passed. And I'm mentioning them because they've been used as proof that Cobain was leading up to his passing. But they've also been used as proof that not everything was good in his home life. So on April 8th, an electrician installing security lighting discovered him in a room above the garage at his Lake Washington Boulevard home. At first, he thought that Cobain was asleep. Then he realized something was seriously wrong. Authorities later determined he likely passed away around April 5th. And a handwritten note addressed to his childhood imaginary friend was discovered nearby. And officially, the case was classified as a...
Did he say for his imaginary friend? Thank you for the posture check.
Self-inflicted passing. But back then, not everyone accepted that. And that was partly due to the mess that happened in the week leading up to his passing. Because for 6 days in April 1994, Kurt Cobain was missing. One of the biggest rock stars in the world was essentially completely off the radar. Police were looking for him, his wife was looking for him, and she even hired a private investigator. But on April 1st, he called Love from Los Angeles, and she later told Seattle newspaper, he said, "Courtney, no matter what happens, I want you to know you made a really good record." And according to Courtney, that was the last time they ever spoke. He then flew back to Seattle, and on a flight, he happened to sit right next...
That should have been the first red flag, because, I don't think she was ever a really good musician or anything.
The Guns N' Roses bassist, Duff McKagan. McKagan then later said that he felt something was off. And quote, "All of my instincts told me something was wrong." After learning he left his treatment, Love canceled his credit cards and hired a private investigator, Tom Grant, to track him down. Meanwhile, Cobain was reportedly seen around Seattle on April 2nd and April 3rd. On April 4th, his mother filed a missing persons report, telling police that she feared he might harm himself. And according to the police timeline, on April 5th, he returned to his home and went into the greenhouse above his garage. He then wrote a note, he left his wallet open, possibly for identification, and then sometime around that day, he passed away. He wouldn't be discovered for 3 more days, though. And almost immediately, questions started popping up. A local journalist then started doing public access segments, suggesting the case didn't make sense, with one of the main points being there just wasn't enough blood on the scene. A private investigator later said that he believed there were inconsistencies in the timeline and in the evidence. Documentaries were then made and books were then written, but by the late 90s, the story had turned into a full-blown cultural debate. Then you had a documentary created called Kurt and Courtney, which then explored the theory. Then in 2014, on the 20th anniversary, Seattle police reviewed the case again. They developed rolls of film that hadn't been processed back in 1994. They re-examined the scene photos, and once again, they reaffirmed the original conclusion. Officially, nothing changed. But here's the thing, the conspiracy...
Yeah, but how did he take his life? With, pills?
It never really went away. And now, in 2026, it's back. Because a new independent forensic team says they've looked at the same materials and reached a very different conclusion. And this is where it starts getting weird again.
Oh, shotgun. Oh, okay. He said shotgun. Okay, so... Oh, what a gruesome way to go, though. Jesus. Well, yeah, there should have been a lot of blood. Not just blood, then. There should have been a little bit of everything plastered in that room.
So here's what's different this time. In early 2026, multiple news outlets reported that an independent research team had taken another look at the case. And I know, I'm talking about a private forensic group. But these are peer-reviewed, published findings, meaning a whole bunch of smart people who specialize in this kind of thing looked at it and gave it 2 thumbs up. So it seems short-sighted to just dismiss this. They reviewed crime scene photos, autopsy findings, and toxicology records. And after doing that, they claim the evidence fits a staged scene. Not a self-inflicted one, a staged one. That's a massive claim. To put it lightly, Michelle Wilkins, one of the researchers, said that the forensic specialist Brian Burnett reviewed the materials for several days and concluded the death was more consistent with homicide. That is massive. So here's what they're arguing. They claim the amount of substances in a system would have left him physically incapacitated. We're talking like 20x the OD limit. So that tracks. And according to their argument, someone in that condition would struggle to coordinate movement, let alone operate a firearm. Wilkins says that Cobain would have been in a near comatose state and barely able to breathe. Secondly, they point to what they describe as oxygen-related organ damage. They argue that certain signs of the autopsy are more consistent with someone who stopped breathing due to substances rather than someone who died instantly from a firearm injury. And then they point to the scene. They describe it eerily clean. They question why his hand, which was found wrapped around the part of the firearm, didn't show any kind of visible blood splatter as they expected. Wilkins said, in quote, "There is no universe where that hand is not covered in blood." They also questioned the organization of the substance kit found nearby, saying it looked way too neatly arranged. Their argument is essentially someone under extreme physical duress would not carefully cap needles and put equipment away. They then argue that the top portion reads like someone expressing frustration about music and fame. Then they claim the final lines appear visually different, larger, more rushed handwriting, and suggest that this could indicate tampering. And I mean, that is interesting because it seems like they're implying he wrote the letter about leaving music behind.
I don't know. I feel like the later part of the letter looks the same. Like it just looks the same but more wild.
And someone else added onto it. So, not gonna lie here, this looks weird. Looking at this note, I see what they mean. Suddenly, the writing gets really big and it looks a little different. But the team says they asked for the case to be reopened and authorities have responded. So the Seattle Police Department says the death was ruled self-inflicted and that remains their position. So the King County Medical Examiner's Office said they are open to reviewing new evidence, but they've seen nothing that would warrant reopening the case. So now we have 2 positions. The findings here are reanalysis of existing stuff that have been reviewed before. Sadly, without a new piece of evidence, they might not just be able to get the case reopened. The other side is the Seattle Police Department has had requests for this case to be reopened since the conclusion of it 30 years ago. The conspiracy side of the story has been around for almost as long as the official ruling, but a team of experts publishing a peer-reviewed analysis is still a lot more solid than 3 decades of conspiracy theories. But a lot of the stuff in the new report matches with a whole bunch of the theories that I mentioned earlier, like the public access host who said the police reports just didn't line up. He claimed there wasn't enough visible blood for what had happened, which is pretty similar to what the recent analysis said. Then you have Tom Grant, a private investigator who had been officially hired by Courtney Love during the chaos before Cobain's passing. And afterward, he publicly said that he believed the crime scene was staged. And his arguments focused on a few big things that are, once again, also in the official report. He questioned whether some—
Okay, here's my rat. I think P. Diddy's behind it.
Someone with that level of substances in their system could physically coordinate pulling a trigger. And he also questioned the lack of clear fingerprints on certain items. Tom Grant was also the guy who pointed to the things like tour money and industry contracts as financial motives. Then there's the documentaries. Nick Broomfield's film, Kurt and Courtney explored the murder theory in the late 90s. That film mentions one of the most popular theories, that Courtney Love orchestrated everything. And I mean, it could make sense that people thought that she had something to do with it, because especially during this time, they were always in the news for their music, but also their relationship issues.
Reports of frequent heated arguments surfaced, some escalating into physical altercations. On March 18th, police were called to their home in Seattle after an explosive fight. Cobain had locked himself in a room with a gun, threatening to take his own life. Officers managed to de-escalate the situation and seized several firearms from the house.
Even their daughter, Frances, once said, "I always knew there."
1994 was Tupac, 1995 was Biggie. And when was Kurt Cobain's death? Forensic science has come a long way since 1994, so maybe worth a try. I mean, yeah, I'd be down. Or maybe this is all a psyop to take away the attention from the Epstein files. 1994? I don't know, sounds like P. Diddy's trying to take out all the music competition.
relationship was toxic. I don't promote having a fix-it baby, which is what I was, to fix their problems. That is so sad for a kid to say. But there are a lot of theories as to why she would. Some people think that, you know, she was the handler. Others point to the fact that she gained his estate after he passed. But it is also very important to mention that Courtney Love did sign over the estate to Kurt's daughter, Frances, in 2012. But as of February 2026, his passing remains officially classified as self-inflicted. So whether this new report changes anything in the future, we don't know. And look, did Kurt Cobain openly have issues with depression and substances? Absolutely, yes. But I don't think that means that we should just ignore details that look very weird. And again, in this video, we are absolutely not accusing anyone of anything. We are just looking at the public details. But regardless, someone who's thinking about taking their own life can still be hurt by someone else. Those two things don't cancel each other out. But unfortunately, no one really knows what happened to him. Not 100%. But it doesn't seem like the police department is going to look into it any further, at least for now. And honestly, that's kind of just a painful ending that some people still struggle to accept. And that's maybe why we're still talking about it. But regardless, I'll keep you guys updated. The Seattle Police Department opens this case back up. But in the meantime, I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace.
I thought there'd be more proof linking Courtney Love to this. I don't know if she'd be the one behind it, if she was the one that hired the private investigator to find him and all of that. She certainly wasn't the one that shot the shotgun. Yeah. Cobain 94, Tupac 96, and Biggie 97. My God. There was a lot of murders in those years. Kurt wanted a divorce? Ooh, the plot thickens. That can be an alibi. I know, I thought about that too. That could be an alibi. Yeah. That's very interesting. I mean, I'd be curious for them to reopen the files. I mean, why not, right? Just check again since we got the tools for it, but what are they gonna do? Like, just go off photos? Like, old photos? Because it sounds like the evidence is still there. Yeah, you can hire a private investigator to draw attention from yourself, that's for sure. Yeah, I'm not ruling this out. Seen enough murder mystery videos for this. I'm curious about this. It's an update on the Mizkiff lawsuit against Emiru, and apparently might get dismissed.
Mizkiff may not have a good case against Asmongold.
My accountant actually called me today, like early this morning. It's not looking good. I said, what do you mean? He's like, brother, you're getting hosed in that Asmongold, you know, that defamation case. You're getting destroyed. And I told him, like, what's going on? He said, Miz, you're spending 40 grand a month on legal fees.
I think he has a rock solid case against Emiru, but he may lose on a technicality.
Demon mode ain't demoning anymore. 40K a month? Is that just like back pocket change for him? Because that is a lot of money. What is 40K for a year? That is like a couple $100 grand.
As you guys know, Mizkiff is suing his ex-girlfriend Emiru for defamation because she said this.
I'm finally going to be opening up about the psychological and domestic abuse.
Wait, 480,000 a year? Almost $500,000 a year. That is a lot. Oh, my tongue came out. Oh, it's because I put my I need to stop putting my hand in front of my mouth.
Stalking and harassment, assault, and threats of blackmail that Mizkiff has done towards me.
After she made that statement, Mizkiff instantly filed a lawsuit, and this is his original complaint, but we really need to go to his amended complaint because that is where all the good stuff is. And as you guys know, Mizkiff is not only just suing Emiru, he's also suing Asmongold. And pause if you want to read it, but this is all stuff I went through previously. Let's get to her statements.
I don't get what's the point of suing multiple people at the same time. I get the point of like people doing a class action lawsuit, for example, banding together to sue one person, right? But isn't suing multiple people at the same time? It's like you're willingly putting yourself in a 1v4 situation. Why would you ever do that? Is there any advantage to this? It's okay if the tongue comes out, so long as you don't look upward. Thank you, Kiwasa.
So this is the part that pertains specifically to Emiru. You know, we know about the October 25th. She hosted a live stream on Twitch, and he's saying she lied and baselessly accused Mizkiff of psychological and domestic abuse, stalking, harassment, SA, and threats of blackmail. Mizkiff may not have a good case against Asmongold. I think he has a rock solid case against Emiru, but he may lose on a technicality. You're like, no way. So when you have these lawsuits, you have to go down to the defamatory statements, okay? The defamatory statements. So let's go look at this. We all know she said, you know, he started kissing me in my face and then I let him do it. And then he suddenly tried to climb on top of me and aggressively shoved his hands down her pants. And she screamed, and when I screamed, he jumped off her like a cat. He admitted to this.
We broke up for about a month, then got back together because we thought we can make it work. We went to get food at BJ's, a common place where we would get food, and then we went back to her house. We cuddled for about 30 minutes and started to kiss. She said that she was okay with this on her stream, and I started to advance to the next stage because I thought that's what she wanted. She yelped, and I immediately sprung up and was scared if I did anything wrong, or did wrong in general. I got scared and left the house.
But do I think this is SA? No, I don't. I think that this is what they normally do, and she didn't like it, and he stopped. So, what are the defamatory statements that she made on the 25th? You're gonna have to figure out if these are, as we said, did Emiru say it? Was the statement defamatory, as in was the statement false? Okay, as in is the statement a false published assertion of fact that harms a person's, in this case, Mizkiff's reputation, causing them to be shunned, ridiculed, lowered in the estimation of the community? It must be communicated to a third party that can be either written, which is considered libel, or spoken, which is slander. And was the statement made with malice? As in malice, as she know it was false and made the statement. Anyway, so as we go back.
I mean, I guess, okay, I'm going to try to do my prediction. I think defamatory, it would fulfill the the A point, but it wouldn't fulfill the second one. Because it is, well, the fact that it's true or false is going to be the point they got to debate. But he certainly got shunned, ridiculed, or lowered in the estimation of the community. And it was a spoken statement. Was it made with malice? I don't think it was made with malice. I think it was made with her own experience in mind. That's how she viewed those events. And I guess that's going to play into point A, whether the court judges believes that it was false or not. This is going to be a complicated case.
To the amended complaint, here is Mizkiff's list of defamatory statements. She says that Mizkiff alleged behavior acts towards her something similar were allegedly done with someone else and other people. Is this a statement of fact or is it an opinion? That Mizkiff indirectly threatened her and approached other people about a smear campaign against her to join with him in assistance. Did he recruit people for a smear campaign?
That is seriously fucked up, by the way. But she probably has proof of this, no? Yeah, and that's the thing. Mizkiff also admitted to a bunch of things when he went live that day. he can't prove it, but neither can Emiru prove it's true. It's always very difficult to prove like essay stuff. Because there's usually only the two people involved, like in the bedroom. Yeah, I feel like she probably has screenshots or witnesses or things for these B and C. I don't even remember her saying this, that he allegedly these acts he did towards her did it to something similar to other people. And if he did threaten one of her employees, she definitely has a witness of that.
This, if she has another person's statement and it's kind of like an opinion, because what's technically a smear campaign? She says, hey, I need you to make a statement, Henry, that Mizkiff reached out to you and asked you to help form a smear campaign. That Mizkiff threatened one of her employees and told them he would destroy her if she spoke about him. This can easily be proven with a statement from that said employee. That Mizkiff's plan was to claim that I kill animals and that I killed my own rabbits, which he did make some of those accusations. Is that a fact or a lie? That Mizkiff was controlling.
Didn't he speak about it on stream? I think he spoke about it on stream. He tried to say that her rabbits died. Yeah, we got video proof of that.
Over what she wore, who she was friends with, and when she would stream. This is baseless. Controlling is an opinion. People think I'm controlling. My daughter would say I'm controlling. Maybe some women I've dated like, you controlling. The fact that Ronaldo would throw objects at her, and that one time he gave her a black eye. Didn't he admit that he threw stuff at the bed? So now we're about to argue whether it was at the bed. That he was testing her boundary.
He even acted it out on stream. I remember us watching it live and we were like, I can't believe he's doing that. So baseless, when he writes baseless, that means Henry doesn't believe it's gonna fly in court. He just thinks it's a baseless accusation. Yeah, he admitted throwing the phone. I don't know how they're gonna prove that it was thrown at her or thrown at the bed. I hope that she has a photo of that. Yeah, the clip while I'm eating Takis. Where he's claiming that she threw Kirby's back at him. Wasn't there a clip that was nerfed? Kind of about that black eye? Or am I delusioning this?
And that his alleged behavior got worse over time. This is baseless. That Mizkiff would let her stream when she wanted to. That wouldn't let her stream when she wanted to. This is more baseless. How can you prove that? That in 2024, an incident occurred in...
Yeah, so there was a clip on Earth that showed a bit of blue around her eyes. And that might help her case.
Involving a statement made, behavior a slam door that broke due to drops during the live stream at the same time as her live.
There was a clip of that where we heard that got unnerved as well.
Stream. I think this is baseless, but at the same time, didn't he admit to slamming doors? Like, bro, Mizkiff, Mizzy Wizzy, hit me up, cosmetic lawyer. Well, I'm not a lawyer.
He's a cosmetic lawyer. I don't believe anything that guy says.
That the week after the above referenced 2024 incident, after she announced on a live stream that she would be moving, Mizkiff started to destroy walls, banging on the door and screaming at her. I mean, I don't know how you disprove this. That Mizkiff would drive like 150 miles an hour and at one time said, now we're both going to die, like threatening to kill us both.
He admitted, he said, yeah, so what? I drive fast all the time.
Isn't this, he admitted to driving fast, but this is her word versus his word. This is baseless. That Mizkiff would scream at her while she was asleep, as well as throw his phone and yell due to her YouTube video doing better than he is. You gotta wonder, like, Mizkiff, what are you doing, man? Like, his lawyer, he paid a lawyer like $40,000 to do all this, right? That Mizkiff was physically aggressive and speaking in an angry tone. Bro, come on, Mizkiff. Angry tone, defamatory? Bro, this is $40,000, huh? That Mizkiff.
Oh, I got it wrong. Okay, no, he's reading. This is a statement from Mizkiff's lawyer. He's saying it's baseless. like this is not a defamatory statement. It can just be viewed as a an opinion. So he thinks that these statements won't fly in court. I was thinking at first that Henry was claiming that that accusation from Emiru was baseless, but it's the other way around.
Was screaming at her due to her cat, bro. And I know, like, and he would scream at me, like, hey, defamation. I never screamed at you. I never screamed at you. He probably saying that shit loud. I never screamed at you. All right, I'm sorry. Professional. That Ronaldo would hammer into her and coach her about his behavior towards her. Hey, she said I was
crazy.
Coaching her. I never coached her.
Did he also bring out the whiteboard? Yeah, Ms. Lawyer is saying these are false statements that Ms. Lawyer is submitting as evidence of defamation. Yeah, that's what it is. It took me a second to connect this together.
I never coached her. What? Bro, you never told her what to wear and what not to wear. No. Those logs that Henry showed about 2 years ago. Yeah, no, that wasn't me. Flashback.
Yeah, we literally have screenshots of this. Oh, he might show them here.
Like leaked some like DMs with her and Mizkiff on stream, saying like,
yeah,
you literally lift your legs like a cheerleader multiple times, and like I don't know, Mizkiff was like saying shit like this. And then he was like, I generally don't think of things like that as a sexual when I'm doing it, especially since I'm wearing pajama pants, but I'll stop. And then Mizkiff goes on to say like, heard that 1,000 times, so done with this. I don't believe you at all. I'm not trying to attract to weird people. I'm sorry, bullshit. I don't think of things the same way.
End of flashback. That Mizkiff was manipulating her, SAing her, as well as the abuse. Now we have some. This ASA, this could be actionable. This is what he has. Remember I said he has a better case against her? SAing her? This is gonna get settled though. This is gonna get settled. This right here, settled. He ain't taking this to court. It's settled. Right there. So he loses against Asmongold. Asmongold leverages that and say, leave Emiru alone, and everyone go their separate ways. At a party, she felt Mizkiff was following her, monitoring her, and watching her, then later made eye contact with her and said, ooh.
That's so dumb.
This is so petty. Like, ooh. I never said ooh, I said ah. Bro, it's cooked. He's cooked. He's cooked. He is cooked. I didn't say ooh, I said ah. You said ooh, I said ah.
The O is vital, yeah.
Despite her being supportive of Mizkiff, the thanks she got from him was abuse and resentment. I mean, sometimes people can feel like they were abused, you know? That for all of 2025, she received harassment and hatred from him and his community, while he was the whole time basically secretly begging for me to take him back behind the scenes. It's more baseless. More baseless. In closing the stream, she reiterated some of the same allegations as previously mentioned and continued with that story dealing with abuse, psychological and domestic abuse, SA, and stalking, and began being threatened. So this is his new thing. Now we know Mizkiff, he did say this on stream.
I want to make this very clear for people that either have watched YouTube videos or just want to completely not listen to anything that I said in my stream, or have seen clips and may have been misinformed. I never actually assaulted Emiru. I never abused Emiru, and I never stalked Emiru. I'm not going to go into it any further because my lawyers are dealing with this, and this is currently in a court case, but time will tell the truth.
All right, so what is the truth?
Dude, he for sure has got a head dent with that headset. Like, look at how tight it is on his head. Like, it's pushing down on his hair, and he's barely got any hair. No, this is for sure a head dent in progress. Like, it's already dented. It's fitting in there like a Tetris block.
Is what we are here to say. So the truth is looking like Mizkiff is cooked, because he is likely going to lose this lawsuit on a technicality. You like, wait, Henry, what do you mean a technicality? Well, this was published 2 days ago on the 18th, and it goes like this. Let's have a good read, shall we? even though
Okay.
people think I can't read.
Or you can watch an illiterate man, you know, who's 85, try and go through the documents if you want to do it that way too. It's okay.
On November 23rd,
Oh, is that the nymph? Because this guy also covered the nymph law or whatever lawsuit. Remember that live streamer that had a lawsuit against his ex? Was it about like controlling her financial stuff? NMP lol? How do you even pronounce that? I'm just gonna call him nymph. I added an H. Thank you for the posture check. I'm gonna straighten up.
or never look, damn, out the gate. November 3rd, Mizkiff and his company filed a complaint against in the action with this court. All right. He sued Emiru for defamation. As of this date, this order, Mizkiff has not filed proof of service for Emiru, which is, she's not been served. And it's been way beyond 90 days.
By the way, is this name out there? Because it's not censored. That's making me nervous. Like,
As the law states,
is it a
if
known?
a defendant is not served within 90 days after the complaint is filed, the court, on motion or on its own after notice to the plaintiff, must dismiss the action without prejudice against that defendant or order that service be made within a specific time.
Oh my god,
As a
wait. Don't tell me that she hasn't been served and is gonna get dismissed because of that.
result, you like, wait, yes, she could be dismissed from this lawsuit because she hasn't been served. And Mizkiff and his $40,000 lawyer has not filed to alternatively serve her.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, I'm getting cooked.
Now, make no mistake, she is not her. She is 100% aware of the lawsuit. There's no way she does not know about this defamation lawsuit. And Mizkiff, I don't know if it's his $40,000 lawyer on the hook. Therefore, it's ordered that Mizkiff shall show cause in writing on or before February 25th as to why the claims against Emiru should not be dismissed for failure to timely effectuate service. Failure to do so may result in the dismissal of this action, and it could be dismissed for want of prosecution or failure to comply with the court order. And this is a United States judge saying, hey, she don't get served, we're gonna dismiss. Now look, let me educate you guys on it real quick.
There are several different methods for alternative service. One of the methods is service by posting. With service by posting, you would have a sheriff post your complaint and your summons and the other details regarding your matter at your local courthouse. They would post for a certain amount of time, and that service would be considered effective even if your partner hasn't actually come to the courthouse to see the posting method.
So he can do that way. He could just post it. Or we got another way.
Also, one of the older forms of actual alternative service is service by publication. Service by publication means that you must post a notification with the pertinent facts in a local newspaper in the jurisdiction that you believe your defendant is located. You have to pay for that advertisement to run a certain number of times.
Really? You can just post it in the newspaper and be like, yeah, you got served, even though nobody reads the newspaper anymore?
In order for the court to consider service effective using this method.
He could probably file to say, let's have her alternatively served. There's no way she doesn't know about it. But Emiru is smart. She has yet to acknowledge being in a defamation lawsuit. So you can't hit her with the, well, she said it. And here's how to request it. And then we'll end it with that.
In order to actually use an alternative service method, you must make that request with the court. You or your attorney can file a motion requesting alternative service and detailing what type of alternative service you are seeking.
So we don't see that. I don't see that as of today in the file, and I honestly don't think I will. We have until Wednesday for Mizkiff to file to have her alternatively served, and it really is.
Yeah, at the time, right now we're on February 21st, so they got 4 more days. Let's see, but it's really silly. Like, $40,000 lawyers and none of them thought about this. It's like the most basic thing.
Odd that he went this long without it. Either
He
it's
has her
legal
address.
strategy to remove her from the lawsuit because I think he has a better case against her for defamation based on the claims of essay and abuse that's no police record for, no evidence of, mind you, unless someone have some evidence that it happened, maybe some footage or something, like in the Johnny Depp case. That's where I think he has his strongest case. So maybe it could be a legal strategy to remove her and just sue her independently for defamation. Or his $40,000 lawyer just dropped the ball. Which one do you think? Do you think it's going to get done? Do you think he's going to lose the case? Let me know in the comment section. I'll see you next video.
I don't know. Crazy. Losing by default would be a funny way for him to lose. I know some of you guys have been wanting me to get into 40K. Oh wait, I kind of want to watch this NorthernLion rant. Ever since I made that video about Gigi, I've been getting like NorthernLion clips. He
like mildly at worst, I think.
He has really good
You're
crash
problematic?
outs.
Like mildly at worst, I think. Mildly. I'm problematic like in Twitter, Tumblr terms, I think, because sometimes I will be like, if you order DoorDash more than twice a week, you should find God. But like, can I say something? This is not fair. You know what annoys me when people say it? Sometimes someone will be like, I don't drink. And then an alcoholic online will be like, I don't trust somebody who doesn't drink. Because when you drink, it's harder to keep secrets. So if you don't drink, you're probably doing it because you have such secrets that if they came out would be so devastating as to, and I'm like, maybe they just like their telomeres, man, or it makes their tummy hurt, or they'd like to get REM sleep or something like that. That's how I feel.
And you can also have trouble sleeping if you drink too. It depends. Some people, it affects people like in different ways.
For what I'm about to say, but I'm going to stand by it. Anybody who has zero problematic opinions, even mildly problematic, like women enjoy sushi more than men on average, I think you're lying. I think you sanded off all of your real thoughts that you've gotten from observing the world around you to fit the consensus of the populace. So I can live in, I mean, many people are saying mildly problematic is actually the most based honest man. Not aggressively problematic, just like a guy who's mostly on the right side of history and then has like one or two opinions where people are like, oh, so you think you should die if you order DoorDash if you're sick? No. I think you should nut up, go to the grocery store, buy a fucking raw chicken, not a cooked chicken. Get maybe like a mirepoix, like potatoes, onions, carrots, celery, and fucking chop it up. Get some fresh herbs, not dried herbs, okay?
Why not?
And don't buy your chicken stock. You got to make your own chicken stock with the carcass after you high roast it.
Oh, God.
You're just doing the same bit again. That is like, it's more of a green flag if a 40-year-old is divorced than if he's not divorced. Yeah, but I can't say that one anymore because it, like, last time I said it, like 100 people in chat were like, it's over for me. I guess I'm doomed. But I do believe I don't believe you're doomed. I believe there's always hope. But I will say
No, like every time I listen to clips of this guy, I fucking love him. He's a giga Chad. He's a giga Chad. No, there's no way I'm doing all of that. I've never done my own chicken stock. I would like to try, but it's just store-bought. Hello?
You know, we've been meeting lots of like new parents, well, not new parents, but they're new to us because our daughter started school. And if I'm meeting a parent and they're like, I'm 40, but my wife and I were divorced, I'm like, it happens. I guess it would be weird if I met a parent and they were like, I've never been married, but like, you get the idea. If I met a 40-year-old guy and he's like, I've never been married, I'd be like, not even once, man? You had like 22 years to kind of get it, to take a flyer on it. You just decided no? What are you talking about?
Wait, there's plenty of 40 years old guys that are unmarried. That's the thing with our society. There's too much options, and men have like a longer shelf life or whatever. Like that's how society view it. So they feel like they have all the time in the world.
I'm just like, not even common law or nothing? Single parents exist? No, as I'm saying, it's a green flag. The whole chat's calling it out? Yeah, but this is Twitch chat, so I don't take offense to it. I'm talking about like in the real world. Like if you're 40 and I'm not saying it makes you a bad person. If you're 40, you've never accidentally gotten in like a common law marriage or taken the plunge.
What do you
and gotten married
mean?
yourself. You stack that up against a 40-year-old divorced guy. I'm like, I feel like I'd rather get a beer with the divorced guy because something's not right with the other guy is like Dexter or something. Or the ice cream truck killers. Like
Wait, isn't Dexter a psychopath? There's no way he compared unmarried guys to psychopaths. Oh, you're in the process of divorce? Good luck, Kona. Accidental common law one night in Vegas, you know?
It just, at least with the 40-year-old divorced guy, somebody took stock of his whole inventory and said, yeah, I want him to be part of the party. Join the Fellowship of the Ring, okay? And then later they were like, ooh, actually, I don't really like him that much. That happens. But like at least the 40-year-old divorced guy, he went through, you know, like the Play-Doh extruder that has him like doing the dishes and waking up responsibly, hopefully. I don't know. I mean, there's lots of reasons people get divorced, but I've never seen chat this mad. That's just how you know. I'm giving you my honest opinion.
He's rage baiting. Dude, he's rage baiting his chat. This sounds like, remember when I had my most controversial opinion? And I said something like, night people, or what did I say about night people? Like people who work, I was like, they're lazy or some shit. And people were so mad. And yeah, I kind of had to like, explain it further the next day. This feels like this is what happened. Yeah, the night people. Night owls. I wasn't talking about night owls, really. I was mostly talking about people that just sleep the entire day. Not that people who have to, you know, they have a night shift and they gotta work at night. No, like people who literally just... No, not like Winter. Winter in Shambles? No! Exactly. That was the misconception. I wasn't saying that if you work at night, you're lazy. It's just... I was mostly talking about, like, the people who just game all night, for example, or game till like 3 a.m. and then they wake up at like 3 p.m. or some shit. And it's like, just wake up at a normal hour. Like, I don't know, like it's not that hard, and it does fix a lot of your problems. I do think that a lot of people, whenever you're trying to get your life back together or you're trying to form good habits, the first thing that people will tell you is that you have to wake up early. Now, of course, if you have a job that works at night, you're not even part of this discussion because you don't have a choice. But like that advice sucks, and a lot of people refuse to take it, but it legitimately is where it starts. Like, sleep schedule is extremely important, and I'm saying this because I've been there, and I used to refuse to take that advice, and every time somebody would tell me that, I'd be like annoyed, and I'd be like, no, that's not, but it's the same amount of hours. What do you mean? Whether you sleep 10 hours at night, whether you sleep 10 hours at night or whether you sleep 10 hours in the early morning is the same. It's not the same, though. Businesses are open during the day. Most people that you have social ties with, your family, your friends, and banks, etc., they're open during business hour during the day as well. So if you want to live like a healthy life, it's important to wake up early. Also, it's crazy how much time you gain. It feels like you have an added day to your day. I'm gonna get roasted again. Like, I don't know why I reopened this discussion or just like brought it back up. Like, fuck my life. That's literally all VTubers, Rima. Yeah, well, it depends. Chat, Rima's making Chat Mad Season 2. I know. Some people are apparently born night owls and they function better at night. So, that's what Sayu was telling me. So I guess for those people, I don't know, do whatever you need to work best. But obviously, I'm not gonna weight the people the same whether you're staying up till 3 a.m. playing League of Legends and then sleeping in through half the day because of that. Or if you're actually waking up, I don't know, at 7 p.m. or 5 p.m. and then you're working or you're streaming. That obviously will weigh differently to me. It depends how you're using your time. Getting up early and playing League of Legends is not really any better. Okay, yes. But I meant getting up early and working. Hey, you know what? I should just stop talking. We need to edit. I'm taking the VOD down after this. We're privating it. We're editing this segment out. We're playing a video.
What if they've been twice divorced? Well, as long as I'm offending people, no, that's more of a red flag. 2 divorces by 40, that's a skill issue. Because you went for it the first time and like messed it up, and then the second time you either picked wrong or messed it up again. Like that one is like, come on, buddy.
He's rage baiting.
Maybe give it a rest for like a decade or something. What about 3? It keeps getting worse for sure. Now you're attacking my parents. Tier list of marriage counts. Well, people are getting their real feelings hurt, man. But the tier list is really easy. Like 1 is the most controversial thing I've ever said. 1 is the best, and then like then there's like a sliding scale on age. Like when you meet someone who's like in their 50s and they're like, "This is my second spouse," you're like, "Okay, you've been around the block. Like I get it." But if you're like 31 and you've been divorced 2 times, then I'm like, nobody else is having conversations like this, okay? And it doesn't get better. It's not like
I feel like he's going through the same thing I just did. Bro, if you're in your 30s and you've been divorced twice, when was your first marriage? Like when you were 18?
Like at some point you get to like 8 divorces and you're like, wow, based. No one else is stupid enough to? Have you seen the people on this fucking website, Origin? They're getting canceled over like takes on video games. There's not even like real stuff, man. They're getting canceled over like Genshin Impact opinions and stuff like that. Shit that like does not matter. At least I got my toe dipped in the corporeal world. Okay, but if you hit, wait, here it is. If you hit 50 plus marriages, I stop being judgmental. I thought you were gonna say, cause like, listen, everybody's got a limit, right? Are you guys like, are you joining me on that one or are you not joining me on that one? If you saw a 50-year-old man and he'd never been divorced, you wouldn't take it as, or had never been married, I should say. You wouldn't take that as a red flag? You saw a 60-year-old man and never been married, you wouldn't be curious at least? You wouldn't be like, how did that happen? I'd be curious. He's just chilling. His house either looks like Asmongold's or it's the cleanest fucking place that you could eat out of the toilet. That's all I know. Because I think if you're a single man and you hit 40 and you sort of decide like it's just me and myself for the rest of my life, you spec in either generacy or degeneracy. You're either like Andy from 40-Year-Old Virgin before he stops putting the pussy on a pedestal. As they say, that's their words, not mine. And his whole house is like immaculate and perfectly set up. Or you go like Dostoevsky, like the man who lives under my floorboards, like Parasite type. You put
No, I think it's I don't know. I don't think that's how it happens. I think it happens it's like I think there's just one point where you just check out, where you're like, fuck, I missed my time, I missed the checkpoint, and you become used to, you're like, oh, well, this is just how the rest of my life's gonna play out. Like, it's like a light kind of turns off in you, where you just don't try anymore. And you're just like, I can be fine like this. It's not like I don't think it's a conscious choice. I think people give up in different ways in life. And some people just have their fire stop burning at one point. It's very sad, actually. I think it's very sad.
too much emphasis on age? No, man, because if you're like 22...
To me, it's kind of like, you know, the couples that never got a kid. Like my uncle and my aunt, they just never got a kid. They waited too long, and then after that, it just wasn't a good time anymore. And, you know, at one point, you just look back and you're like, shit, I missed the stage where I should have done that. Now I can't do it anymore. And you end up kind of lonely.
Never been married. I'm like, you graduated high school like 3.5 years ago. You haven't even had a chance.
I completely agree, and sadly, I'm trying to change that about myself. I mean, I also checked out. Like, this can happen at any age. A few years ago, I was completely different. I was like super depressed. You could, I couldn't even string a few sentences together without crying. Like, I was super sensitive. And I had like very low self-esteem. So, everybody that meets me now just says that I'm a completely different person. Because I had like given up, like internally I had given up, and I was not interested in making my life better. I was just like, this is how it's gonna be. It's not gonna be better. My life sucks, and it's gonna be like that for the rest of my life. I wouldn't even tell myself that my life sucks. I just told myself, this is good enough. This is okay. And I was like comfortable being uncomfortable. And that's the real sadness, is when you're not looking forward for something else, for a new challenge, for a new fire, for a new drive. It's true that not everybody wants kids. I think the example that I'm thinking of, I think they did want kids though. My first partner passed and my second cheated on me, so I just gave up as well. Oh, that's heartbreaking, Luigi. I'm so sorry to hear that. People say I'm less happy nowadays. No, that's so sad. We gotta change that. We're gonna work on that. So that's why the old model feels so sad. Streaming has helped me tremendously. Where's the hope core? Where's the happy ending? You're seeing the happy ending right now. I'm the proof, man. Been there too. I know my rock bottom. Gouged my life on that baseline. Yeah, I found some diary lines, some stuff I wrote in my journal from back then when I was really like I was at my lowest, and I was like, holy shit, none of the problems I used to write back then are still here today. They're all gone. I was like, wow, now I have new problems.
Yeah, these are your degen years. Sleep on a mattress that has no box spring. I don't even care if that bitch has sheets on it, okay? You're
like, now I have new problems that come with doing well. But you know, what a privilege it is to be overwhelmed because I have too many people that I have to catch up with, because I have too much work to do, when some people in the world, you will speak, Rima, when some people in the world can't even find a job. Like, you have to be grateful for these things. You have to take a moment to be grateful for these things, for the roof over my head, because, dude, we live in a fucking awful economy. Some people can't even find a house. Some people are living in the streets. If you're sleeping in a bed and you have a roof over your head and you got people checking up on you, like, you gotta take a moment and appreciate those things.
22, but if you're like 47 and you're sleeping on a mattress with no box spring, brother, you've had a lot of time you had a lot of Black Fridays to get a box spring. That's all I'm saying.
Hire Rima as your solution. Her motto: I'll bury your problem with newer, better problems. Of course, that's the human condition, though. Like, you get a baseline and you've got problems, then you overcome these problems, then human nature will find new problems. Like, it's how it is. Nobody is satisfied with their current condition, but being unsatisfied is what makes you evolve.
Am I right, man? Daniel, thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid.
Yes.
Yes.
I don't know what he's talking about.
I said it's bad for you. Well, you know what it is? So what I said is it is more of a red flag if a guy in his 40s has never, and just let me finish my sentence, has never been married or in an equivalent relationship to a marriage, i.e. common law type, live together for years, multiple stuff, committed relationship, than if they've been divorced. And you know what's pissing me off?
Cut his mic.
That's a problematic.
His chat is spamming. Cut his mic.
Take. You know why? Because there's a lot of 40-year-old unmarried guys in chat that have been considering themselves superior to the divorced men, and now I'm flipping the script on them. Oh. And now they're like, whoa, I'm not better than those people that I thought I was better than? Oh, not everybody sees it this way? Oh, well, there's a little dose of reality, brother.
I don't know what.
I mean, I've been married.
Like worse,
I've got no take.
Chibley's been married.
Divorce or
Chibley's been married. He's
was it better to have loved and lost than?
He's definitely got more going on. If you're gonna have a conversation with him, like, the conversation's gonna be a bit better, dude.
For like a minute until he gets sad.
Maxer, what's up?
Yeah, but like you could fix him. You could be like, dude, man, there's so many fish in the sea, bro. Like,
how's your CK3 video going? I'm hyped for that. We're listening to a NorthernLion take on like he's roasting people that are unmarried at 30. It's crazy. You canceled it? No way. Are you gonna work on another video now? No. NorthernLion. That's what I said. I need to play it more, so it's after another video or two. Bro, I love CK3. Hit me up if you ever want to play. I go full Rizzler mode in that game. All I care about is like I pick like the male character, and all I care about is like impregnating as many women as possible. I populate the earth with my bastards. It's crazy. I don't even, most of the time I don't remember their name, so I have to name them like Bastard 1, Bastard 2, Bastard 3, like that's my shtick. I can't say I've had a successful run so far, but surely it'll come. I'm looking forward for your next video, though. All of your videos are bangers. Is that the goal of the game? I thought it was. Prima's Genghis Khan. Surely you just need more of them. You can make an army of them. Some of them end up hating you. It's kind of messed up.
don't even worry about it, buddy. And then, like, see, okay, the dude that's never been married, he gets sad, and you can't even say there's more fish in the sea because he hasn't even caught one.
Yeah, you gotta be like, new season of Fortnite coming up. in a couple weeks.
Yeah. Maybe that's not all over, dude. There's Fortnite, you know, there's good games coming out this year, bro. Like, don't even worry about it, dude. Like, you'll be happy in a couple months.
Oh, man. See, why do you need a relationship to give your life value? See, that's what I'm saying, man. That's why I gotta have a beer with the divorce guy instead of these guys. You see the divorce guy, I could be like, how's the guy? Did you watch the game last night?
I can't stick around, Ryan, but I just wanted to commend you on being so inclusive that now you're not only scaring away all the women, but now the men too. So I'm happy for you. You're going down both lanes now. That's pretty cool.
I'm not afraid.
I know.
My life would be better if less people watched me. You know what it's like to be on this website? I'm wearing a shirt today. You know how many comments have been like, whoa, what's with the shirt? Whoa, look at a brown shirt today. Oh, whoa, dude.
Like a dress
I
shirt?
think you were wearing like a suit jacket for some reason. Like that was it.
Somebody popped in the chat and said, how's it going, naked mole rat? And then I perma-banned them, and like 12 people in chat were like, I don't think it deserves a perma. It's crazy. This is, look at the gamers. It's crabs in the bucket, man. If you don't have the Genshin Impact graphic T-shirt on, if you got a little bit of swag, they're like, you look like you're 100 years old. You think you're better than me? Put on the lime green Triforce shirt. Put on the khaki cargo pants. Put on the sandals with the socks and get out there to American Eagle Outfitters and buy 8 pairs of the same jean.
Dad NL has become very judgmental.
Yeah, put the Ahegao shirt on.
He's got a kid, like he can just say whatever he wants, man. No one can attack him for it.
Dude,
you do look like you only got $30 in your pocket and that you're about to pop some tags.
What are you talking about?
No, I like his shirt. What do you mean? You guys don't like his drip? I think he looks fine. Better than not wearing a shirt.
Swagged up, man. You can't see the whole vision.
Bro. I'm just saying, like, that's the vibe I'm getting.
He keeps roasting the Genshin community. I'm seeing a pattern here.
You put on nice clothes, people are like, you look broke. It doesn't make any sense, man. It doesn't make any sense.
I'm not broke. It's Balenciaga, dude. No, wait, can you look at my Mario Party card with the plus button? It's really
It's true that there's this stereotype that all like the millionaires dress like Moist Critical, you know?
I can only see Ryan's. Can I see yours?
Yo, dude, yours is amazing.
Yo, sorry, I'm not trying to hijack, but John in Tennessee, you gotta get rid of that shirt, man. Just get rid of it.
He's crazy. He hasn't seen it in the full body mirror.
That was the first time I've ever been in a call with Dan, and I didn't even get the chance to say it. He left already, dude.
Dan has a closet that consists of 12 red synthetic shirts. So I'm keeping my mouth shut on that one.
Do you guys think that?
Same, are we? Because my favorite commercial is.
Do you guys think that Moist Critical has like the same T-shirt but duplicate, or does he just have like 1 or 2 T-shirts but washes them often, or is it just different white T-shirts but from the same brand? Huh. I'm throwing you guys a curveball right now. He did say he has 6 of the same shirts. That's not bad, actually. I thought he'd have more. 6 is decent. Sometimes I buy 2 of the same like shirts, like basics, you know, not expensive ones, like from Uniqlo or something, just so I don't have to wash them that often.
In the grim
I'm like too lazy to wash stuff.
darkness of the 41st millennium exists the Empire of Man, a backwards carcass of an empire comprised of many devoted forces, gigantic robot knights, religious machine cultists, and incredibly heavily armored women, most likely with sweltering abs. And one must know what those abs taste like.
Oh! Whoa, whoa, whoa! Twitch! Twitch, don't look.
GamerSupps flavor is here. Sweet six-pack has arrived. A delicious and refreshing cherry pineapple blend. Play the sound.
Wait. Cherry pineapple blend sounds kind of good. Don't forget to use code CLOP. Yeah, that's
yes,
Bricky.
My Bricky's official GamerSupps flavor is here. Sweet six-pack, not only in regular energy mode, but also in caffeine-free. The cherry pineapple flavor is not the kind of—
True. I'm gonna start saying that actually. I'm not lazy with laundry. I'm eco-conscious, you guys. I don't like wasting water. Oh my god, I have one friend that's like really into like goddess stuff. Like she does like a goddess diet, whatever, and she hates wasting water. She like doesn't even want to flush the toilet after peeing, and I hate that. I can't deal with that. I'm like grossed out by this. We live in Canada. All we got is water.
A flavor that just smacks you in the face. It is light, it is refreshing, and it's one of those things where you sip it and you go, not bad. And next thing you know, you are having your 4th refill the same day. And it is available now. Link in the description. Use code Bricky for 10% off your entire order. Not just for this, but for everything you buy. And I'm not done.
Right now, GamerSupps has 20% off with all creator code, so it's a good time to stock up. You would rather have everyone to pull swim with it instead. Shut up!
If you buy any of these tubs, regular, caffeine-free of my sweet six-pack flavor, you will get a Muscle Girl 32-ounce shaker completely
I love
for
Muscle
free.
Girls.
There are only a couple thousand of those shakers, so get it while supplies lasts. I cannot believe we finally have this, but I told everyone, like, once you find out the flavor, you'll be like, yeah, that tracks, and damn straight does it track. Sweet six-pack available now. Code Bricky, link in the description.
Thank you guys. I'm glad chat is agreeing with my toilet take. At least that's not a controversial take for once.
The age of knowledge and enlightenment has ended. The age of darkness has begun.
It's a pretty good intro.
Roughly 60 million years ago, there existed aliens. And
Okay.
these aliens lived short, painful lives. They belonged to radiation-stricken worlds and often died of various cancers before the age of 30. These aliens, the Necron tier, looked up to the stars and found extreme beings of real power. Beings with the ability to create life. The Old Ones of the galaxy. They asked these Old Ones for help. Please cure us of our ailments. To which the Old Ones said, piss off. So the Necron tier gathered together and did the sensible thing. They declared war upon these old beings and were promptly beaten into the dirt back to their short, painful lives. In the world of Warhammer, there is a hell. This hell is not like you and I know it. It's more of an afterlife. A place
There's a
where
face.
dead souls end up. This place has many names. The Empyrean, the Sea of Souls, the Immaterium, and the Ether. But mostly, we just call it the Warp. While you and I know of—
How many of you guys play Warhammer here? Or have like, do the Warhammer, are into the Warhammer space?
hell as a place of horrors and punishment, the Warp isn't really that. Not in the beginning. It's energy. But the kind of energy formed from thought and soul, psychic energy, where the dead souls of people end up in a place that is impossible to understand. No laws of reality exist. Like, time is merely a suggestion, and it is not something that can be
Really?
braved easily. The Warp would be like sailing the ocean in a pirate movie. To jump from your ship would be certain death. To stay in the sea for too long on your boat could drive a man mad. And there are many dangerous things lurking in those depths. Yet the sea—
I spent way too much on 40k. Apparently is quite the money sink, isn't it? When we did the room reviews, Rosie and I think it was about a year ago, we reviewed a lot of rooms with some 40k like figurines and stuff.
Is not evil. It simply is. Mostly. There are more malevolent beings in those waters, areas that you do not sail towards. This would be known as the realm of chaos.
Well, don't feel bad about spending on your hobbies. Hobbies are important because they're part of you and they're part of your identity and they make you happy.
The realm of chaos exists in the warp as a special area led by 3 chaos gods. Korn, the god of combat, murder, and slaughter, with a pile of skulls taken in his name. Tzeentch, god of change, mystery, and deceit, a confusing paradox of lies, schemes, and sorceries. And Nurgle, god of rot, pestilence, and Genshin impact. All things rot in the end. And Grandfather Nurgle is waiting for you with open arms. These gods ruled their respective realm in the warp, sending their many followers against each other in the great game to be the most powerful of all the gods. So the warp exists. Hell is real, parallel to our galaxy, with the realm of chaos and its gods fighting for control. But there are also gods of real space, gods of the normal world too. They're called
normie gods,
and they eat stars.
You think God stays in heaven because he too lives in fear of what he's created?
These star gods saw the plight of our poor Necron tier and how the old ones cast them aside and said, you know what? You guys want immortality? Oh, we will make it happen. We are the gods of the tangible, of real space. We can give you a cure.
Dude, the art is sick though.
So then they ate all their souls.
What?
And turned them into robotic automaton, feasting on their souls and leaving a hollow shell of an intelligence left that is technically immortal. With the power of an entire species' souls, they turned their new robotic slaves on the old ones and hunted them to extinction. The Necron tier, now the soulless, undying Necrons, got their wish at the price of their souls.
Let me guess. There's going to be some old gods that survive, and they're gonna be looking for vengeance over the new gods?
We can count the number of kind gods on an amputated hand. With time, the selfish star gods turned on each other, fighting one another for more chances at glory and power. With this, the leader of the Necrons, Zarek, the Silent King, the man who doomed his species when he accepted this deal, waited, planned, bide his time until he seized the perfect moment and turned his legions of undead citizens against the star gods. Gods cannot be killed, but they can be broken. So Zarek broke the star gods into thousands of pieces and locked them away in vaults, taking their free will away as they did to them, and sealed them away as basically Pokemon to be used as weapons in the future.
Who's that Pokemon?
It's Pikachu!
It's the Void Dragon.
Zarek then, with his perfect memory, exiled himself for his sins, flying out to the darkness between galaxies to atone for what he had done. This entire situation, the genocide of the Old Ones and the rebellion of Zarek, will go down in history as the War in Heaven. It is the most brutal war the galaxy has ever seen and ever will see. This was
such
a
a cool name.
that took an entire galaxy-spanning species and pitted them against gods that ate stars. The Necrons, rather crippled from, you know, the War in Heaven, decided to go to sleep in gigantic tomb worlds on various planets until the upstart species of the galaxy died out. And so turns out when you have a war that lasts tens, hundreds of thousands of years and involves the genociding of
That's like me when I have to fight the barbarian tribes in Civilization.
Multiple species, the Old Ones of the galaxy, and the consumption of souls from an entire race, the warp It's a little wacky. You know, if you had a kiddie pool and it was nice and calm, Korn is over there splashing about, so you don't really go in that direction. Nurgle has explosive diarrhea, so you don't really go in that direction either. But you can still kind of get in the pool. The pool's still fine. Turns out when you add a couple trillion souls to that kiddie pool, it'll make the waves a little more turbulent. And turns out a lot of them like to pick a side, Nurgle, Tzeentch, or Korn. So the once calmer warp, the once relaxing kiddie pool has now been bloated. 1,000,000 years of war will certainly make Korn, god of murder and slaughter, more powerful.
Okay, every time he says Korn, my mind goes to something else. We're cooked.
1,000,000 years of war will probably make Tzeentch, god of deception and change, a little more powerful. And good God, 1,000,000 years of war will make Nurgle, god of decay, oh, just the tiniest bit more powerful. Now, entering that kiddie pool is no longer fun, it's dangerous. The warp is now a problem. Hell is resembling hell a lot closer to what we imagined it originally. The Sea of Souls and the Realm of Chaos are now intertwined. So who else to brave the galaxy than a species that won't need to deal with that?
Oh? Are these elves or what? The Age of the Eldar.
Are space elves. They have a lot of the traits that you probably think of when you think of elves. Tall, slender, pointy ears, bit more androgynous looking.
All right, they're my favorite species. Calling it now.
No matter what DeviantArt will tell you. And a bit stronger on the emotional side. The old ones, as I mentioned, could create life. And when they were getting, you know, absolutely bodied by the Catan and the Necrons, they made some new races to try to help them. One of them was the Eldar. It didn't save them, but they're here now anyway. Oh, and also the Orcs, but they're busy right now.
Orcs. Zigzag.
The Eldar are a particularly psychically powerful race, so they were really adept at being able to handle the new turbulent warp of chaos and good at killing Necrons, hence why they went to sleep. Being psychically gifted is basically like being a wizard, but you get your wizard powers from hell. This is called being a psyker. And basically, if you want to do cool wizard shit like lightning from your hands or reading someone's mind, you can do that, but you siphon the energy to do that from the warp. Luckily, the Eldar are very good at handling this without too many negative effects because, you know, summoning power from the Sea of Souls with the new Chaos friends can be a bit of an issue. But Eldar are pretty good at it. And you see, what's really cool and also awful about Warhammer is that most developed species travel long, faster than light distances by going through that warp. They create a tear in
Wait, that's a Dune mechanic.
Reality to unreality and move through it. Faster than light travel? Cringe. We go through hell itself to deliver your packages. For those of you who play Minecraft, you know how the Nether is like a pocket dimension? So moving 10 spaces in the Nether is actually moving something like 1,000 in the real world. That's basically what warp travel is. Just much like in the Nether, there are a lot of things that want to kill you. The Eldar found a way to do so in between.
Oh my god, chat is so triggered. Like, it's a space mechanic. It's not just from Dune. Okay, my bad. Jeez.
Realities. Not regular reality, not the warp, something else. A purgatory of sorts. A fabricated psychic realm that allowed them to travel without fearing the negative effects of the warp. The Eldar were the perfect fit for the new galaxy, and they took it with open arms.
They kind of look like, what are they called? Protons from like StarCraft?
Pointy ears. The empire of the Eldar spread everywhere, and it spread all the way until now, the 21st century. That's right. While you are watching NPC streams on TikTok.
The Protoss, thank you. I even butchered their name. Thanks, guys. They did take a lot of ideas from Dune, so I'm not wrong. Let's go. I wasn't wrong. Because Protoss is based on Eldars. Okay. StarCraft was meant to be a 40K game, but it got rejected. Wait, are you for real? Oh, so there's gonna be Zergs? No way. StarCraft was originally going to be a 40K game. That's lore right here. The protons fought the electrons who fought the neutrons.
The space elves were ruling the galaxy, and they did so for quite a long period of time. The 21st century came and went. Humanity grew and grew, all under the nose of their elf overlords. At this time, humans advanced.
I'm Team
classic
Elf.
Sci-fi style way. We began to expand,
Where's
colonize
Kerrigan?
our solar system, terraformed our planets, created new and more powerful machines and starships. The age of Terra, also known as Earth, but we call it Terra here, was here, and existed between the 21st century all the way until the 15th millennia. Not much is known about this time, not much needs to be known. Humanity grew up, sought the stars. It's classic. Then came the years between 15,000 and 25,000, the age of technology, or to some, the dark age of technology. This is when humanity reached a new apex of technological understanding. When you think of sci-fi, there's a lot of things you can think of. Star Trek, maybe Star Wars style. You can go cyberpunk dystopian. The age of technology was deep sci-fi, like a scientific prowess that fringed on magic. This is also when the first ever psychers began showing up in humanity. Individuals with the genetic mutation to be able to access the warp, and then because of that, travel through it. Humanity was no longer constricted to their early ways of travel. With warp travel, they could go anywhere in the galaxy. They equipped ships with gigantic AI machines, with everything you would ever need to know about mankind, and sent them out on colony ships to expand their influence across the galaxy. This was truly the golden age of humanity. And with every golden age, there is a fall. While the new human upstarts of the galaxy were reaching new levels of technology and prowess, the Eldar were engaging in debauchery. What happens when a species has everything? You can produce unlimited food out of nothing. Your need for farmers and workers, gone. You have dominated the stars and have created a fast travel system that doesn't rely on the dangers of the warp. You have nothing else to do. You have
that image,
no problems, and feel as if there is nowhere else to go. Well, you begin to experiment. The Eldar started harmless enough. You know, you take a serious interest in your species' culture, your arts, paintings, poems, plays. These are Eldar, elves. Remember, their emotions are heightened, more powerful than us humans. So your plays get louder. They start to push on the limits of your hearing ability. Your music becomes different, more deranged. It pushes the boundaries of what is art. The visual spectacle of art becomes more bizarre, more delusional, more eccentric. And let's not forget a very important sense. Touch. Pornography is one thing. Brothels is another. What if they all mixed? What if your brothels were part of your art and music? And what if those became more deranged? The boundaries of debauchery were not just met, but shattered. Next thing you know, murder is commonplace and often mixed with the art, music, and sex. Pain is a common byproduct of entertainment. Whatever sensation you can have must be increased, must be enhanced, must be taken.
So they became into BDSM?
To the limits. The Eldar Empire slipped into a nightmarish realm of
but were they in the Epstein files?
Debauchery and excess, with the worst of it taking place in a city in the Webway, a black market for these kinds of heinous acts known as Kamara. Some Eldar saw the writing on the wall, saw what was happening to their species and how far they had slipped. So they boarded continent-sized starships called craft worlds and left their empire, seeking a more enlightened, calmer existence.
Yeah, no, I would listen. It's not. It may not be my favorite race anymore. Like, I don't know. I'm with those guys that left the botch BDSM raves
among their peers. Some, those in Kamara, pushed it to even greater heights, relishing the pain and torment they inflicted on those around them. All during this, the warp, the yin to the yang of the world, was fed by these emotions, by the psychic power of the Eldar, by the souls taken in these depraved acts on a galactic scale. And just like that, Eldar ended. Slanesh, the fourth chaos god was birthed into existence and
Oh.
consumed the souls of 90% of the Eldar population. Those
90%?
that fled were spared the worst of it, and those in the Webway and Kamara were able to stave off the pull of Slaanesh so long as they continued to commit horrid acts of torture and violence. But for the majority of the Eldar, their empire died with Slaanesh's birth. The new fourth
That is way worse than what Thanos did.
chaos god, she who thirsts, the god of unspeakable excess of pleasure, pain, hedonism, and perfection, had been born. With the fall of the Eldar Empire came the ruin of humanity. Slaanesh's birth sent storms in the warp across the galaxy, making travel between star systems impossible. Coupled with a huge classic AI rebellion, as a staple in these sci-fi settings, humanity began to suffer the age of strife. Now, planets that relied on intergalactic travel were completely cut off. Long-range messages normally sent through the warp were snuffed out. If you were a planet that was great at mining stuff but couldn't get food, well, you know that movie about the rugby players in the mountains? Oh, and because of these insane warp storms and fluctuations, psychers began to appear among the human population a bit more often. Now, this initially had them hunted down as witches, because that's pretty common in this setting, but some deemed it right to protect them. Unfortunately for those people, psychers, because they open a gate.
Yeah, aren't the psychers useful? You should keep them if you have one born on your planet.
Gateway to the warp, don't really know how to use their powers well, and they kinda attract demons, who then force their way through the psyker as a conduit of sorts and begin to slaughter the population of your planet. The age of strife was a
Never mind, it's better to kill them. You have a hard time hearing the stream? How come? Okay, yeah, they become dangerous if they become possessed. Did they have some kind of exorcism ritual?
catastrophic period of time for humanity.
They're
and
fucked.
set back their progress tenfold over the not one, not two, but 5,000 year period. During this time, the age of humanity that we know began to form. Worlds.
Why is it called the Age of Humanity? There hasn't been a single human so far, has there? Or did I miss them? Dude, everything that's happened so far has been horrible. Except the paintings and poetry they did at first. Is there any part where it gets good?
Equipped with large mechs for agriculture, began to equip them with weapons to defend from alien and demonic invaders. Over 5,000 years, this became a custom and tradition, dubbing them as night worlds, a feudal society of honor-bound knights in gigantic robots that uphold the chivalric code to defend their worlds and honor. A group of individuals on Mars, after radioactively bombing their planet to become inhospitable to human life, ran their entire lives underground on the few life support systems keeping them alive. Those technicians who could work on the machines and keep them operational were revered, and over 5,000 years went from skilled members of society to full-blown priests. The cult Mechanicus, or tech priests of Mars, formed in the ashes of the Red Planet with a religious fervor and doctrine on the cult of the machine god. And on
I
Earth,
mean, TBH, they look kind of cool. Mixing tech and religion, that's pretty original.
or Terra, techno-barbarian tribes waged war across the planet in a Mad Max style of blood and gore, until finally, a mysterious man who lived in the shadows of Terra for millennia finally revealed himself to the populace. His name was the Emperor. He deemed himself the Emperor of mankind. Where did he come from? I don't know. Why is he 10 feet tall and the most powerful psychic?
Laura Nova, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. Enjoy the gifts, guys. Shout out to Flora Nova. You're the GOAT.
Of all of mankind? I don't know. Why is he basically immortal? I don't know. Where'd Cotton Eye Joe go? Who knows? But he's here, and he isn't happy with all of you ripping up Terra. So he began the Unification Wars, where he and a very early version of the famous Space Marines, the Thunder Warriors, reunited Terra under a single banner: with blood. Then, after taking over Earth, he reunited the Thunder Warriors into the fucking dirt. This is where we get the Imperium of Man, also known as the Imperium. The new faction headed by the Emperor of Mankind, with a treaty signed with the Cult Mechanicus on Mars to spread out and reunite humanity after the catastrophic Age of Strife. But first...
Oh, he had a cool sword. In a grim, dark future, be prepared, Rima. I mean, it's things are looking up now. We unified the humans and shit. We're chilling now. We're vibing. There's the Emperor. Is he gonna get like possessed and become evil too and start like genociding people?
The Emperor is going to need some smaller versions of himself. 20 of them, 18 of them, I meant, gene-crafted sons of the strongest human to ever live. All of them possess unparalleled strategic power, intelligence, formidable strength and size, a real powerful force to unite humanity and stop the chaos of the current galaxy. Speaking of chaos, you ever seen that image of that guy? It's like throwing the baby like a basketball? It's about what happened. The Chaos Gods intervened and grabbed the 18 Primarch gestation pods and yeeted them across the galaxy at a whim, everywhere they could possibly go. A galactic game of keep away. So the Emperor had to get them back. So begins the Great Crusade, a crusade across the stars to reunite not just humanity, but the Emperor with his fallen sons. The first to be found was Horus. One of the strongest and most noble sons. The Emperor carried with him a legion of newly crafted warriors with genetic material made from their Primarch father. These are the newly made Space Marines. For Horus, his were the Luna Wolves. And as the Emperor
they're wearing like the Tychus suits.
Continued on his great crusade, he found more and more of his sons, reuniting them with their individual Space Marine legions. Leman Russ, the cunning hunter with the Space Wolves. Rogel Dorm, the Phalanx with the Imperial Fists. Angron, the Barbarian, the very angry with his World Eaters. Fulgrim, the Perfect with his Emperor's Children. And Jagatai Khan, the Swift, the Stoic, and his white scars. Those were just some of the 18, and one by one his lost Primarch sons were returned to him, and their Space Marine legions returned to them. The Great Crusade saw humanity once again reconquer the stars, returning worlds of humanity back to the Imperium and killing any and all who stood against their noble crusade. But in the years of the 31st millennia, treachery would break this all apart. Men, we don't know what we did. Horus, the Emperor's most beloved and favored sons, named War Master for the Crusade, succumbed to the power of chaos and daddy issues. All because of that bastard Erebus. Yo, fuck Erebus. Slowly, Horus would become corrupted, turning the Emperor's sons...
Wait, was Erebus like one of his like evil counselor or some shit? I knew it.
Against him. This begins the most pivotal moment in our story, and the one that has like 50 books written about it, the Horus Heresy. 9 of the 18 Primarchs turned against the Emperor, and the following years were a bloody battle for the throne of Terra.
Oh my god, it's always a battle with the heirs, dudes. Oh, it's his brother. God damn it.
Originally was working on a special webway project, just like the Eldar, to make faster than light travel significantly easier and safer. Really improve humanity to allow them to conquer the stars without the risk of the warp. Well, this big red idiot named Magnus kind of blew a hole into that. Literally and figuratively. So Big E over there is stuck on a gigantic golden throne, holding back the oncoming rush of demons and powering the Astronomicon. Basically a big North Star for people who are sailing in the warp to help them navigate. The Horus Heresy saw many loyalist and traitor legions pitted against each other in a bloody war until it reached Terra itself. Horus, unable to break through the lines and with time running out, made a gambit and opened his ship up to be boarded. The Emperor took this challenge, quickly allowing someone else to take control of the throne as he teleported his way onto Horus's flagship, the Vengeful Spirit. The Emperor unable to truly kill his most beloved son, changed his mind right quick when Horus strangled the life out of his other son, Sanguinius.
Oh no!
I'm
Dude,
sure
his
you've seen
teeth.
this image at some point. The Emperor then said, "I'm not gonna sugarcoat it," and proceeded to psychically blast Horus into complete oblivion, killing not only his body, but also his soul. Horribly wounded from this duel, the Emperor is returned to the Golden Throne in order to keep the demons at bay and power the Astronomicon, because without it, humanity would be flying blind. There he sits, slowly dying from his wounds and the strain of powering the Golden Throne. The only thing keeping him alive is feeding upon the souls of 1,000 psychers every single day. This was 10,000 years ago. We are now in the 41st millennium, modern day. Warhammer 40,000. The Emperor remains on his
Does 40,000 stand for the amount of book there is?
throne. The Imperium is a rotting carcass of an empire, a fascist, xenophobic cult that worships the Emperor as a deity despite him never wanting to be seen as a god. Over the span of 1 million worlds, the ecclesiarchy, the church of the Emperor, is spread throughout. Inquisitors with unparalleled power root out any sign of heresy or lack of devotion to their god Emperor. The other half of the traitor legions move about as Chaos Space Marines, raiding and pillaging the Imperium, while the loyalist half does their best to keep the Empire alive. All throughout this, they must endure orc invasions, Eldar trickery, the reawakening of the Necron race, and the Great Devourer, the newest tyrannid threat from the darkness between galaxies that has arrived to feast on their worlds. The theme of Warhammer 40,000 is regression and intolerance. Every major faction in Warhammer has had an empire that spanned the galaxy only to be crushed back to a hollow shell of what they once were due to their own failings. Culture, the arts, personal freedom, religious tolerance, the simple possibility that alien life might not want to kill us is considered heretical and is often met with a pistol to the head. There is no time for these things. All there is time for is worship of the God Emperor and a million wars to be fought.
Yeah, but the Emperor is still alive there because he's immortal, and he didn't want this, so why isn't he establishing order in his galaxy? I thought he was a Giga Chad. He's kind of alive, like is he like crippled or something?
A human in the 41st millennia is 99% of the time to live a horrible existence, to be one of trillions.
Oh, he's a living corpse on the throne? It's just bones? Oh, he's on life support. Oh wait, is he still holding the door of the warp so the demons all come in? Oh, he's basically a vegetable. Okay. Oh, okay. That. Oh, okay. I thought he was done holding the door. But that's still happening. Got it. He was mortally wounded in the Horus fight. 1,000 psychers sacrificed daily to keep him from death. Oh my god. If he dies, they don't have a North Star in the warp. Okay, so they're cooked if he dies. So they gotta sacrifice the people every day. Yeah, he's Hodor. Wow, okay.
Of other humans across a million worlds throughout the galaxy. A galaxy where AI is outlawed, so humans are repurposed and lobotomized to become slaves. A place where lack of devotion is met with death. And if you even have devotion, there is a good chance the threats to the galaxy, chaos, and aliens will kill you anyway. Warhammer is a world where you revel in being bad. There are protagonists. There are antagonists. antagonists, but every faction is some shade of evil. Because playing the bad guys is always more fun, and my friend, you have a selection. So pick up that las gun soldier. You and the other 3 million men and women in this single deployment on this single world in this single battle will now show them the might of the God Emperor. That weapon in your hands has killed 99% of the alien populations in this galaxy. Unfortunately for you, soldier, you're fighting the final 1%. May the Emperor be with us. Glory to the first man to die, for in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war.
Wait, but if you're just like a regular human, aren't you cooked? You're facing all of these like aliens and monsters with crazy abilities. What do humans have over other races? Like, do they have like better technology, like Batman or something? Numbers? Numbers and sheer firepower? You're like the stormtroopers.
Thank you, everyone. I hope I have helped teach you about Warhammer. If you are a brand new person and you want to get a bit more about the world, there are multiple books that do a great job at showing off how the entire universe operates. For the most part, Warhammer is a setting, and often stories are told in that setting with a Warhammer coat of paint. Gaunt's Ghosts is Band of Brothers, but Warhammer. It's honestly one of my #1 recommendations for new people. Assassinorum Kingmaker is an assassin novel involving those night worlds. This is Mission Impossible, but Warhammer. Bloodlines is Blade Runner, but Warhammer. And the list goes on and on. If I had to recommend a brand new novel for a first-time Warhammer enjoyer, these are the 4 I would recommend. Horus Rising, Caiaphas Cain, First and Only Gaunt's Ghost, and Infinite and the Divine. They are all fantastic novels, and they will get you acquainted with the world without needing to know too much. Thank you all so much for watching this video. Get yourself a GamerSupps flavor, enjoy the new sweet 6-pack, and if you're curious and you want, you know, just a little lord, you can find him in the description as well on my merchandise store, orchid8.com. Thank you for watching, and may the God Emperor be with us.
Come on. Obviously you're a skater.
That was such a good video, but so is there a game of that? Like, I feel like that'd be a good game. Either RTS or MMORPG or whatever. Like a war game. I'd still play the Elves faction though. Oh, tabletop and video games. I'd play a video game. I'd play the video games, yeah. Yeah, it could be a game like Stellaris. That seems fun. There's a lot of them, but only a few good ones. What are the good ones? Total War. Oh yeah, I've heard of that. Total War Warhammer. There's more than a few good ones? We didn't... Now I feel like watching more Warhammer's videos. Did... You missed the point where DEI betrayed humanity, so the Emperor of Humanity banned all AI. The Mechanicus of Mars preserved some technology, but they didn't want to share and prohibit innovation. There's also a show coming out with Henry Cavill? No way. Wait, that's a good idea. Yeah, of course he plays the games. I had this on my playlist, this Turkey Tom video. Henry Cavill is my IRL Emperor of 40k, but he's not playing the Emperor, is he?
Disclaimer. This video discusses some sensitive subjects. I do not endorse or support any of the actions shown. This is purely for documentary purposes. Thank you. Family vlogging is an inherently weird phenomenon. On the surface, it looks harmless enough. Mothers and fathers showing off their lifestyle with their kids for everyone to see. What could be more harmless than family? But what's often lost in translation is that kids are not supposed to be famous. They're not meant to have millions of followers before they're even old enough to drive. And they're definitely not meant to have pivotal moments of their development broadcasted to strangers online. With a format so inherently unethical, it's not a shock that moments in front of the camera are often only a fraction as bad as what happens when no one is watching. Today, we're discussing the most disturbing family vlog channels, starting with Ruby Frank, a mother who believed that her children were possessed by demons. In 2013, mother of 6 Ruby Frank created the YouTube channel 8 Passengers to document her family's life, which was pretty eventful at the time. One of her sons was about to turn 18 years old, while Ruby was about to have her 6th child, who appeared in one of her videos straight out of the womb. Partly due to the unusual amount of kids she had, her channel didn't take long to amass a sizable viewership, peaking at over 40 million views a month. To put it simply, Ruby was at the absolute top of her genre, all from simply recording her enjoying her family life. But of course, this had to go wrong somehow. Fans of the content started picking up on some red flags. For example, sometimes after the kids clearly asked Ruby not to film them, she ignored their requests and continued anyway.
No. Okay, so
Can you not film it?
Although she is their mother, viewers felt it was a violation of their privacy to record them against their will. It became even more questionable when you factor in that it's been widely claimed that her comment sections were full of creeps posting suggestive timestamps for other creeps to then click. This isn't a unique thing for the 8 Passengers channel. In fact, it's a phenomenon that's been widely documented across YouTube. Obviously, these comments are not her fault, and it's impossible to know if she was carrying out any efforts to try and suppress or delete them, so Ruby can't be blamed for this directly. What she can be blamed for, however, is the way she treated her kids. Beyond just recording them when they were clearly uncomfortable with it, in 2019, something happened that crossed the line for a lot of people. Her youngest kid, who was just 5 at the time, forgot to pack her lunch, and this is how Ruby dealt with it.
Eve did not pack a lunch today, and can I bring a lunch over to the school? This happens quite often when you're raising children. I know that her teacher is uncomfortable with her being hungry and not having a lunch. But I responded and just said, Eve is responsible for making her lunches in the morning, and she actually told me she did pack a lunch. So the natural outcome is she's just going to need to be hungry.
Many people pointed out that one of the most common forms of mistreatment is withholding food or using the threat of withholding food as a means of punishment. And this seemed to be a somewhat consistent pattern for Ruby in general.
I'm only gonna say it one more time, and then you're gonna lose the privilege to eat dinner.
Consequently, people dug up other questionable parenting techniques, like making her kids do push-ups as punishment. At one point, Ruby's eldest son, Chad, was sent to a boot camp called Anasazi, which allowed no electronics whatsoever. But why was he sent there? Well, I'll let her explain it.
It's an accumulation of things over years, well before we ever started YouTubing or well before we ever got into social media. And it's reached a point where Chad needs to develop some very basic maturity and skills that he's going to need as an adult. And
This is a chance for like a reset, like a start over, like a do-over, like a fresh beginning.
Yeah.
If you're confused, I think that's probably the point. It seems like their goal was to be as vague as possible about it, to avoid giving the audience something that they could judge not worthy of being sent to the wilderness.
It reminds me of those, remember that video I did about the VTuber who got like kidnapped? And one of the rats was that she was sent to one of these schools where they don't allow electronics. But it was like these super strict schools where the kids were almost like getting tortured.
After Chad spent over 2 months there, the family reunited in an emotional vlog. But of course, staying in the wilderness for a while doesn't fix or change who you are. He was probably just out there making fires and hunting squirrels, waiting for the moment he could go back to cranking 90s in Fortnite, or whatever it was he did that got his mom so mad that she sent him to Ted Kaczynski therapy. After Chad came back, it didn't take long for him to get in trouble again. This time for tricking his younger brother into packing for Disneyland, when in reality, they weren't going anywhere. There's a wide spectrum of older brother antics, ranging from Roderick from Diary of a Wimpy Kid, all the way to Cain from the Bible. And although this is a pretty mean prank to pull on your brother, it's nothing that serious. Ruby, however, felt differently, and the punishment she dished out was taking away Chad's bed privileges for 7 months. Yeah, you heard that right.
What?
Bed privileges.
What
It's
does that
honestly
mean?
impressive how creative
Wait, what does a bed privilege mean? That like you can't sleep in your bed?
this woman is with her punishments.
my bedroom was taken away for 7 months, and then you give it back like a couple weeks ago.
I don't think our viewers know that.
You've been sleeping on a beanbag.
I've been sleeping on a beanbag since October. And they gave my
What?
back like 2 weeks ago.
This situation, along with many other minor instances of similar behavior, set an entire community on TikTok ablaze, as they collected and shared every bit of evidence of Ruby Frank's abusive behavior.
That's kind of messed up. He slept on a beanbag? That's so bad for his back, though.
On the platform, and it was getting a lot of traction. Videos surfaced of her threatening her kids with severe punishments, including threatening to behead a stuffed animal belonging to one of her very young daughters. All of this negative press was starting to look very bad for a squeaky clean, family-friendly vlog channel like 8 Passengers. Ruby became nervous that her business—
Dude, imagine you grow up and you have all this shit on you on the internet that you're never gonna be able to take away. But you didn't know back then the consequences of it. So you're just stuck with this. Like back then, back in my time, we didn't know the consequences of internet. Because social media had kind of just started and all of that. But now, you're more than aware of it, and you still chose to do it. This is like every background story for some serial killer movie.
was going to suffer from the controversy. So once it got to a point where she could no longer afford to ignore it, the family did an interview with Business Insider to try and clear the air. They claimed that Child Protective Services had actually visited them over the complaints from social media. But when they got there, they found Ruby baking with her daughter and the rest of the home in perfect order. While leading with this anecdote, Ruby's strategy to dealing with people's accusations was to simply ignore all of it, refusing to accept that she may have committed a single mistake in her treatment of her kids. Anyone saying otherwise was simply regarded as a disingenuous hater. It was just so malicious, she said. They knew what they were doing was out of context. They were purely seeking to throw hate. That was their only objective. Unsurprisingly, this interview did very little to curb the allegations, and with her reputation severely damaged, she slowed down her upload schedule, and this case briefly lost a lot of its steam. That is, until mid-2020, when Ruby partnered with Jody Hildebrand, who used to be the family's therapist. They started a new project project that apparently aimed to be a support group for mothers, giving them advice and helping them, quote, treat those lost in the darkness of a distortion. People who saw this were naturally confused as to what this was even supposed to mean and why the 8 Passengers brand had taken such a hard turn into some kind of weird parenting advice and therapy brand. Within months of this partnership with Jody, Ruby's entire life was turned upside down, completely reorganized around this new project, titled Connections, which people appropriately pointed out sounded a lot like a cult. Ruby's online presence was renamed to Moms of Truth and completely rebranded to promote this new project.
Let me tell you the truth. This world where there are games and there is distortion and there is lust and there are people who want to hurt others, that's not the real world. That is the delusional world. And we have so many people living in the delusional world and so few people living in the truth that it looks like the distorted world is the real world. It looks that way. And the few people who are living in truth, they look like Looney Tunes.
You know, initially, you could assume that Ruby had at least learned a little bit from her previous controversy, as she began sharing a lot less about her personal life. Unfortunately, it turns out that this wasn't the result of Ruby suddenly having an epiphany and discovering that exposing her family constantly wasn't good for them. This was Ruby keeping her increasingly erratic and bizarre behavior off camera, so that she wouldn't get in trouble for it. In 2022, Jody moved in with Ruby, and according to the kids' testimonies, Jody slowly brainwashed Ruby into becoming more and more vile. She even pitted her against her husband, Kevin, who was forced to abide by the insane requirements just—
Why would you invite another grown-ass woman to move into your family house? You already have a family living there. Can she get her own place?
So he could still see the kids. Of course, this was just a tactic with the intention of pushing Kevin out of their life, so they could do whatever they wanted to the kids with no pushback. Ruby began leaving them at the house without supervision for several days at a time. She covered the windows with newspapers so no one could see what was going on inside, and she forced them to perform physical labor, sometimes having them work outside for hours without food and water in over 100-degree weather. The kids were being isolated and malnourished and being fed the bare minimum to keep them alive. Before this moment, some could argue that even if Ruby was a bad mom, she wasn't necessarily abusive. But now, there was simply no denying it. In May of 2023, Ruby and Jody relocated the family to Jody's house in Ivins, Utah, which no one, including her
Bro, how many garage doors do you need?
own husband Kevin had any knowledge of. From there, the mistreatment continued until the 30th of August, when Russell, the second youngest, managed to escape the house via an open window, running to one of the neighbors to beg for food and water. The neighbor immediately noticed that Russell had tape around his ankles, looked emaciated, and had open wounds. So he called the police.
I just had a 12-year-old boy show up here at my front door asking for help. And he's said he had just came from a neighbor's house, and we know there's been problems at this neighbor's house.
Okay, this got so dark. There's like actual crimes going on.
He's emaciated. He's got tape around his legs. He's hungry and he's thirsty.
Is your door locked?
No, I'm sitting outside with him on the front patio.
Once the police got there, they discovered the horrific living conditions the kids were in, prompting Child Protective Services to immediately take them away. They also promptly arrested the two women, who were immediately charged for their crimes. Following Ruby's arrest, her own sisters took to Instagram saying that it needed to happen. Meanwhile, one of her daughters, Sherry, also posted celebrating her own mother's arrest. She had already moved out long before the court case and previously had tried to alert the police to her mother's antics, calling a wellness check on the family when she had heard that her siblings had been left in the house by themselves for 5 days. But unfortunately, nothing came of it. About a week after she was arrested, the 8 Passengers channel was banned from YouTube, and the rest of the related online presence was slowly shut down as other social media companies became aware of the issue. During the trial itself,
that is a horror story. Holy shit. Oh, you guys heard about this story?
Ruby went—
So that happened in mid-2020? That's kind of old. I I mean, there's been so many YouTube degenerate parents that I might be mixing up the stories, but wow.
Out of her way to make herself out to be even more condemnable, accusing her own son, Russell, of violating his sisters, claiming he had admitted it to her. Of course, there was no proof of this, and this is undoubtedly
Ew.
something she fabricated during the trial to distract them from her own misdeeds.
She's
What
a
they did
psycho.
have proof of was Ruby referring to her kids as the spawn of Satan. This phrase came from her diary, in which she admitted to refusing to feed
I will not feed a demon, Frank wrote in an entry in July 2023 about her son, whom she calls a compulsive liar with a cold, dead heart. Frank wrote about shaving the boy's head as punishment for refusing to perform wall sits and pushing him into the pool while covering his mouth and nose. Big day for evil, she wrote at the time. Frankie also details how she punished her manipulative daughter, including making her stand in the rain for hours and dousing her in dog wash water. After she complained about not eating for days. Imagine thinking a child is manipulative. That's disgusting.
the, quote, demons, shaving her son's head as a punishment, making her daughter stand in the rain for hours, and dousing her with water they used to wash the dog. All of this was in an effort to break the deal with the devil she believed they had made. In the end, Ruby took a deal, pleading guilty to 4 counts to prevent herself from being convicted of 6 and being sentenced to up to 30 years in prison. Thanks to her pleading down, this means she'll be free in a year or 2. And you really gotta wonder if she abandoned her delusions while in prison, or if she's only gotten more insane and still thinks she did the right thing. The story of 8 Passengers is one where the most insidious behavior was ultimately occurring away from the camera. This is not the case with Mike Martin. Daddy05 was a YouTube channel run by Mike and Heather Martin, a couple hailing from Baltimore, Maryland. They came to prominence in early 2017 for videos depicting what the parents called pranks on their 5 children: Jake, Ryan, Emma, Cody, and Alex. Partly, the attention
okay, so he's gonna do like a compilation of all the YouTube worst parents.
Got came from just how bizarre the videos were, even by family channel standards. Dad's strange addiction exposed. Dad punches kid in the face.
The
Hey,
fuck?
this looks like that one album. Cody holds Alex at gunpoint. Is Jake gay? Among many other absolutely deranged uploads. Prime Daddy05 content was like a Lifetime TV show from hell, and it really sold the Martin family's household as this Guy Fieri Mountain Dew themed torture chamber. However, that was just the superficial appearance of the channel, as beyond the clickbaity titles and thumbnails, it was clear that a lot of the content was exaggerated, and outside of content creation, the Martins were a decently normal family. That is, until you paid attention to how Mike treated 2 of his kids, Cody and Emma. You see, Cody and Emma aren't Heather Martin's kids. Instead, they come from Mike's ex-wife, Rose Hall. Coincidentally, they seem to be the main targets of the channel's pranks, and they were targeted much more aggressively than Mike's other kids. Dad burns Cody's Pokemon cards had well over 1 million views. Dad destroys son's DS. Cody ruins a giant family surprise. Cody gets the belt. I'm sending Cody to military school.
Using Cody for target practice.
You get the point. I know that YouTube back then was a different time, but I'm honestly shocked this channel was even able to operate for as long as it did with those titles in mind. In one particular case, Heather doused Cody's bedroom floor in ink, and then started yelling at him, accusing him of being the culprit, until he started desperately crying and turning red, only for Heather to reveal it was all just a prank.
Dude, that's like mental torture, by the way. That's fucked up.
Do you know how much that's gonna cost to clean?
We got you, boo.
They were.
You were innocent bystander.
Yeah. You just got owned. It's just a
Dude, they look so sad.
prank, bruh.
Other supposedly fun pranks included Mike pushing Cody into a bookshelf and having Ryan, one of the older sons, slap Emma in the face whenever she failed to do a bottle flip challenge, which resulted in her crying and being in visible pain. While the mistreatment was more hands-on when it came to Cody, Mike tended to outsource Emma's mistreatment to Ryan or his other kids, turning them against one another and, in a somewhat sadistic manner, documenting the aftermath for entertainment. I will concede that plenty of the videos played out like they had been scripted beforehand, but even if any of this stuff was agreed on before filming, you gotta remember that these are kids, so them agreeing doesn't really mean anything. They aren't eligible to consent to being yelled at and terrorized on camera for content. On top of that, you'd have to look really hard to find any kid who can act well enough to look so believably traumatized and hurt as Cody does in these videos.
Look at me. Say, I'm the best dad ever.
You're the best dad ever.
I know, but you still can't have your games, Cody. You don't have to try to flatter me.
Just play with my friend.
The invisible ink prank in particular drew a lot of hatred from the broader internet.
It's not
and
even
so,
funny.
In response, Mike created a new video wherein, to disprove the allegations that he was a terrible father, he asked his kids if they had been traumatized.
Apparently, it's upsetting a lot of people.
Oh my god, it reminds me of the dog abuse girl who like grabbed her dog as a tee-up and she was like, tell them you're fine, tell them you're fine.
Video, I mean,
It's just a prank, bro. Was anybody traumatized?
No. Well, I don't even know what that word means, but yes, no. I was, Mom. I was.
Are you guys okay?
Yeah.
I don't mean to make light of this situation because this is honestly pretty dark, but the idea of someone abusing their kids on camera, being called out for it, and then sticking the same camera into the same kid's face and asking them, "Are you traumatized?" is so nonsensical, it should be a Smiling Friends bit or something. Instead, it's just real life. While there were plenty of people on Reddit and other platforms commenting on how low and terrible Daddy05's content was, it wasn't until Philip DeFranco made a video about it that the ball really got rolling.
If we look past the screaming and cursing at the kids, there's also the physical element. Not just between some of the kids, which people would say, oh, you know, that's just families. In the video they called Tablet Destruction Prank, at one point the dad pushes Cody. That sends him face first into a bookshelf. And we see later in the video his pillow is covered with blood.
Phil is one of the oldest news channels on YouTube, and at the time, he had a lot of sway in what was being talked about by the commentary community at large. So him putting a spotlight on the issue,
he's like an OG YouTuber,
really drew a lot more eyes to it. In his video, he shows that Mike's response didn't do a very good job of dispelling the criticism. So Mike had tried to plug a hole in his ship with a new written apology. We have had a family meeting and reviewed many comments and concerns. We discussed different alternatives for our future videos and ways we can improve. We deeply apologize for your feelings of concern. We do not condone these alleged crimes in any way, shape, or form. As many of our friends and family would tell you, we are a loving, close-knit family and all enjoy making YouTube videos and having fun together. You can immediately pick up on this non-apology by the way it's phrased. We deeply apologize for your feelings of concern. At no point is there any admission of wrongdoing, despite the dozens upon dozens of terrible clips of Mike. People were mad, and rightfully so, this topic just kept getting bigger and bigger. So naturally, Mike and his wife went to the one place where everyone went to sort out their grievances at that time, Drama Alert. For the unfamiliar, Drama Alert was a YouTube news show.
Oh, that's Keemstar. Yeah.
Keemstar, and he's managed to be involved in almost every single YouTube drama that has taken place over the last 15 years or so. During this interview, Mike and Heather did.
Why has his style like never evolved? He's still stuck in that era.
Successfully convinced Keemstar of their immediate innocence. They argued that their videos were mostly staged, and in actuality, the kids were all having fun the entire time.
Are these videos 100% real? I mean, is it 100% real, or are you guys putting on a show like McJuggernuggets or Kid Behind the Camera?
They are a little exaggerated.
I mean, this was their idea to start with, so when the camera comes on, they go with it. And sometimes they'll tell us afterwards, we really didn't buy that, we knew all along. And then other times they're really pranked. I mean, we never know what we're gonna get.
But just one day later, Keemstar completely switched his position on the controversy, explaining to people what changed his mind.
But when I saw the clip today where the dad was having them do the bottle flip, and if you didn't flip the bottle, you got slapped in the face, and the brother slapped the girl, you can't justify that no matter what.
Mike became desperate and started doing whatever he could to try and pick up the pieces, including a very rushed attempt at an apology.
We just did an interview with Drama Alert. In the video, he asked me if the videos were real. I tiptoed around it because I was scared. But now I don't care anymore. Videos are fake. They're fake. Right now we are under severe attack by the Franco guy. Made a video about us, just steamrolling us. He never contacted me or anything. He never asked me if anything was real. He never tried to interview me. He never researched nothing. He watched a few videos and boom.
And because of that,
It's always their excuse, isn't it? We've heard that every single time. Every single time. It's always what they say. You never contacted me. They didn't do their research.
video, we now have real danger coming our way.
This guy put us in huge danger. He put my kids and family in huge danger over fake videos.
I don't know how this looks to you guys, but to me, it seems like really terrible acting. As I said before, although he's not outright lying that most of the videos are, to some degree, staged, it doesn't really exonerate him, since even if the videos are fake, the effects they have on the kids are real. To top it off, and to earn him even more negative attention, he's clearly blaming Philip DeFranco for reporting on it, as if Phil had somehow lied or doctored footage to incriminate him and didn't just show his audience the content exactly as it had been originally presented. When he realized how bad this made him look, he took the entire video down. And a little while later, the couple made a second, much more polished video, probably under the guidance of some PR company, to try and redeem their brand. It's better than the other apology for sure, but it still didn't do anything to change their fate.
Bro, the outfit change so they look more wholesome is so funny to me.
Was extensively picked up by a bunch of major outlets. It was covered by Nerd City, who probably did the most comprehensive video on the Daddy05 channel, and there was simply no excuse about these events being staged that came close to justifying them. By early May of 2017, Mike had already lost custody of Cody and Emma to their biological mother, which was a big enough development that it was covered by conventional news outlets like ABC. From that point onwards, the book had basically closed on the Daddy05 story, as Mike's attempts to make new channels to continue making content, first as Family05, then as Martin Family and Martin Boys, all got immediately banned by YouTube. Additionally, the loss of custody came with a criminal conviction.
Thank you so much for the gifted. Thank you, thank you. That's also not the alert I set for this. I had another alert that was cooler. Alright, I'll fix this later. But thank you.
Which was met with a parole sentence that Mike was no longer to upload any videos including Emma or Cody. Technically, he may have broken this condition a few times in his attempts to restart his channels, but it seems that no legal punishment was ever given out. Actually, in 2019, he even had his sentence reduced. Still, even if it came to an end, at this point, there was no way for them to return to their former glory, if we can even use that word. However, there was one way around it. Their eldest son, Jake Martin. All the way back when the original Daddy05 channel was still up, Jake already had his own channel with very similar videos, although over time, he began developing his content in different directions. Under the name Baby Dawn, he began posting edgy rap songs, which actually got a pretty positive reception from his audience. His next move was to try streaming on Kick, which also had some interesting results.
So when that BBC is just
keeping your anus, it's like something about it, like it's rewarding.
In June of 2025, he even made a video with Cody and Emma as a sort of family reunion, which was received positively by his immediate audience. Because Jake was Mike's son, he didn't carry the same heat, so he was free to try and redeem the Daddy05 style content without any of the baggage. He even used this small resurgence in relevance to try and clear his dad's name on live TV.
A lot of them were improvised, but the majority of them were scripted, yes.
But it looks like a lot of the emotions that came out were pretty genuine.
Some of the emotions could have been getting so far into improvising the videos, honestly, because it's happened to me. And when you're filming a 40-minute to an hour-long video and it's a bunch of siblings, I definitely think things would get hectic sometimes.
By making videos with Cody and Emma and publicly speaking out on behalf of his dad, Jake made some serious headway in convincing a lot of people that the videos weren't as bad as they had looked. And in photos of the family's reunion, it really seemed like everything was going well. Unfortunately for them, this narrative fell apart pretty quickly in late 2025 to early 2026 as a sequence of bizarre events took place in quick succession. First, Jake made a two-part video, the first half of which features him interviewing his brother, Alex. While this part is pretty benign, in the second half of the video, Jake begins making accusations about Cody. His reason for making these claims is supposedly that Cody had posted to his own Discord server saying that he still hates the Martins. This prompted Jake to say that during their meetup in the park that day, Cody inadvertently exposed himself to a number of children.
He whipped out his and pissed at a public playground next to a bunch of kids.
He then proceeds to detail Cody's general emotional instability during their reunion and says that Cody and Emma had only reached out to Mike after years of not contacting him because their child support finally ran out. Now, it's impossible to know how true any of this is, and to be totally honest, the details are less important than what this tells us about this family. Somehow, after years of not even being near each other, Jake and Cody are now once again fighting some surrogate war on behalf of their parents, with Jake taking his father's side. If it's true that Cody exposed himself in a public park, then he absolutely has issues. But then again, I have to wonder if his lack of boundaries and general social dysfunction has something to do with him being filmed against his will and mistreated on camera at such a young age. Whatever the case is, Jake's narrative began to completely disintegrate, as in late December 2025, he himself was arrested after being accused of assaulting someone during a neighborhood basketball game, which apparently put the other person in the hospital. The most recent video uploaded to Jake's channel, which is now privated, appeared to show a series of texts informing his audience of what happened and asking for money to help with his legal case. Clearly, there's no better way to prove that Mike had a terrible effect on his kids' lives than simply looking at how they're ending up. Even with the various claims they've made about each other, or Jake's current legal case, the fact that they see it as normal to air out family drama online for everyone to see is a clear sign of their development being stunted years ago. Mike Martin, meanwhile,
they've lived their entire life on the internet. Yeah, it turns out upbringing does matter. Shockers.
Still has a pretty active social media presence, using his TikTok account to promote his career making coworker music. As bad as Mike Martin and Daddy05 were, at their peak, they had about 700,000 subscribers, a number that, while very big, pales in comparison to perhaps the most famous family on all of YouTube. When former college basketball player Austin McBroom and former model Catherine Pies began their relationship, they decided to start documenting their lives online, leading to the creation of the Ace Family channel in January of 2016. As the channel grew, it allowed their audience to look into moments as meaningful as the birth of their 3 kids. Ellie, Alea, and Steele McBroom. Due to how obscenely rich they became, this was basically YouTube's version of Keeping Up with the Kardashians, where people wanted to vicariously take part in this celebrity family and all of the drama that came with it.
Alright, Ace Family, it is
like, I feel like we totally aren't into that, but there's probably a lot of young families that would look up to these people and relate to them, which is so fucking weird to me.
early. 8:21 p.m. October 15th.
I feel like I've heard of them.
And we just got out of the shower. I literally just put some clothes on. Catherine, as you can tell, she just got out of the shower. She just threw some clothes on. As soon as she threw some clothes on, she was having some serious contractions.
Their first bits of controversy are mostly insignificant, such as Austin playing one-on-one against Chris Brown, a man you might know for his hit songs like Look at Me Now and These Hoes Ain't Loyal, and for viciously beating Rihanna 15 years ago.
That's what I was gonna say. It's wild that this guy still has a career, by the way. It was literally photos of her, like, face so beat up.
One other controversy was just people on Twitter digging up old tweets of Austin where he's saying mean things about black women. While both of these were considered newsworthy at the time, ultimately they did very little to put a dent in the Ace family's sterling reputation. But things got a little harder to justify in 2019, when Austin bought a lollipop in the shape of a man's private parts for a toddler he was caring for. Apparently, this kid wasn't one of his daughters, but instead a relative of his wife's.
Keep that in the bag forever. Do not show that to anybody, okay? That's your little secret. Guys, I'm in so much trouble. But she said she's gonna steal it if I didn't buy it, so better me buy it.
This really makes Austin seem extremely negligent, not just for buying it for this little kid, but also for taking her into a store that has that kind of merchandise in the first place. But instead of apologizing or even addressing the situation in any way, the Ace family just announced a temporary hiatus and came back later when they had signed with the Univision Creator Network. There were basically no long-term consequences for this controversy, but it did make people a bit more skeptical about the image Austin presented of himself as a well-meaning family man. This skepticism soon started focusing on the Ace family's charity events, and this is when things started to get a bit more serious. Basically, in his video announcing that they would be giving away $100,000, it was suggested that anyone who signed up had a chance to take part in the event and win.
Oh my god, isn't that like all these YouTubers did these money things back then? Wasn't that an issue with Rice Gum and Mr. Beast? It was like a trend back then.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Ace family is giving away $100,000. If you think you can do it, hit us up. If you think your favorite YouTuber or celebrity can do it, make sure you tag them. I also put the video on my Instagram, so make sure you tag them in the comments. Guys, it's a free 100K. You don't have to pay to enter.
But when the rubber met the road, it became clear that only other rich people and celebrities would be taking part, with names such as Jake Paul, Soulja Boy, Jacob Sartorius, and P. Diddy's son. As you can imagine, none of these people on the list are really going to benefit from $100,000, so it's really just something Austin was doing to get some clout online while pretending he was doing a giveaway. But it wasn't just his fans that he was basically finessing.
Basically a scam.
Even other people who wanted to work with him weren't safe from this kind of shifty business. Case in point, a designer named Urban was initially contacted by Austin for some kind of collaboration, and things seemed to be going well, until he asked Austin if they could take a picture together. The mood instantly changed, and Austin refused to take the photo, saying he only took, quote, professional pictures. Of course, this was a lie. What really happened is Austin only led this guy on with the idea they'd be partnering up in some kind of business venture so that he could get his hands on enough of this guy's work to be able to plagiarize or reproduce it without giving him money or credit. Once he got what he wanted, he didn't want to take a picture because it would establish that he had met this guy, and thus he couldn't use the excuse that he had never heard of him or seen his stuff before. By the looks of it, Austin had actually done this to a bunch of other designers as well, which definitely put a dent in his ability to do business. Another incident that was heavily scrutinized was the Ace
Bro, they're like the richest couple ever and they can't even hire a designer? That is the scummiest, raddest thing you can do. Well, not that you can do, but this is such... Oh my god, this greed is insane.
Family supposedly being victim to a home invasion in August of 2018. On the surface, it seems ridiculous to criticize someone for...
Oh my god, I remember them. Pyrocynical used to cover them at one point. They're mostly just using their kids for gain social media relevancy. It seems like they use everybody to gain social media relevancy.
Being the victim of a crime, but many began to speculate that this crime had never actually happened at all.
So do we have your permission to take the knife to get fingerprints off of it?
Yeah, of course.
Do we have permission to take the knife to take fingerprints off of it? Does that sound like a quote from any police officer? Or does that sound like an actor who's trying to be like a police officer? There's just something off about it.
This particular situation is a bit odd because a real police report was eventually shared, so it's pretty unlikely that this was completely faked, which led some to theorize that although the break-in was real, they staged the aftermath to make a video out of it. Regardless of what the case is here, no matter how bad it was looking for Austin up until this point, it paled in comparison to his situation following October of 2019. Seemingly out of nowhere, a beauty vlogger named Cole Kerrigan made a video about Austin.
Dude, I thought this was the other beauty blogger that was caught with that controversy with like Jeffree Star and all these guys a few years ago.
First claim he makes was that Austin had been unfaithful to his wife, which, while bad, is not criminal. But the next claim was that Austin, his father, and multiple other men had assaulted a woman in her hotel
Yes,
room.
James Charles, thank you. Oh my god, what a name I had forgotten.
It was kind of weird that Catherine wasn't at Austin's birthday party.
Bro, how do they all look the same?
I thought it was weird that I saw him out at clubs multiple times without Catherine. That's none of my business, whatever. Not that big of a deal. So a few months ago, June 22nd to be exact, I was still living in the Team 10 house and I got a call from one of my good friends. She was hysterically crying. I've never heard anyone feel so distraught in my life. I was so scared, and she began to explain to me that she was in Miami with Austin McBroom and a bunch of other people, including his assistant, his dad, security guards, other girls. XYZ happened. I'll get into that. After they all had been drinking, my two friends went back to their room to go change because the sun was setting. And that's when Austin, the security guard, the father, and two other guys came into their room.
Oh, God.
Obviously, I don't have recordings of went down in the room, but my friend told me that she repeatedly said no multiple times, over and over and over, to the point where she started crying, begging them to stop. That's when they forced themselves in her, and I will insert the photos of the blood all over the bed sheets in the hotel room right here.
Ew.
On the exact same date, June 22nd. Now,
Jesus Christ.
after this had happened to them, obviously they're traumatized, so they hide out in their room for hours. This screenshot is going to be one of Austin McBroom's friends texting them 3 times within a 3-hour period on June 22nd, right after they raped her.
While the rumors of infidelity he echoes in the beginning
Wait, I
here-
want to see those texts. Yo, what the fuck? This is crazy.
Right after they
She got gang rape. Yo, these people really think they can get away with anything. What up? Did you die? You're dead? No, I'm not. What are you doing? Getting ready? Cool. Did y'all get back? Yes, okay. Trying to make sure you ain't late if you can. Why does she ask, what are you doing?
While the rumors of infidelity he echoes in the beginning here had already been swirling around for quite a while, it obviously pales in comparison to the accusation that Austin and multiple other men were guilty of a serious sex crime. Besides this, there were claims that Austin had multiple kids by multiple different women whom he refused to accept responsibility for, and there was a claim that he made most of his partners, consensual or otherwise, sign non-disclosure agreements and threatened them with lawsuits if they ever spoke out. Cole even adds that he spoke to Keemstar, who said he was going to report on this stuff, but ultimately it never happened because Austin supposedly paid Keem $500,000 to keep quiet. Keemstar publicly tweeted,
Take the money and then talk about it anyway. There's no legal contract in the world that could keep you from not talking about a crime. I do like his nails too.
out a reply to these claims, complaining that his phone number was leaked and saying that the $500,000 thing was a joke Cole had taken out of context. I'll say right now that $500,000 is insane, and there's absolutely no way Austin paid Keemstar of all people that much money to not talk about this stuff. Eventually, one of the girls who Cole was speaking about decided to clarify things Cole apparently got wrong. In an Instagram post where she identified herself, Leslie Golden said, "To speak on this video that Cole Kerrigan posted, some of you have already figured out that I'm the other girl they're talking about in the video. I feel like this video was made for the wrong reasons, and this wasn't Cole's story to tell. Cole even texted me saying we could potentially get paid $100,000 from this, following the claim that Drama Alert was paid off $500K. I wasn't aware Amanda or Cole were in contact with Drama Alert to anonymously..."
Wait, was the story fake? Because this is some heavy accusations. Oh my god, is this a mega plot twist?
Run our story. But I was aware Cole's video was being made, and I only wanted it to be factual if it was ever going to be posted. I wanted to say that Austin McBroom is not to blame in this situation and did not me, or anyone. This is not what I wanted. There's several sides to every story, and this isn't how I wanted to tell mine. Once again, this was met with speculation that Leslie too was being paid to not talk about whatever happened, but clearly at this point, this was reaching a point.
Sparkshot, thank you for the resub. Thank you for the Twitch resub. I appreciate it. That's odd. How come? I know it's a YouTube and Twitch resub, right? How come my alerts are different? I'm confused.
Of baseless rumors and conspiracy theories. Thanks to Leslie sharing text messages that showed Cole apparently planning to use a version of her story to get $100,000, Keemstar was vindicated, but the story was still without a proper resolution. Eventually, Catherine herself started tweeting about it and making fun of all the claims, and suggesting that they're all fake. The only thing is, there was still a lingering accusation that one of Austin's good friends had viciously assaulted someone, and Austin's response seemed to implicitly admit.
Well, we had another... Oh, you're right. The member alert. No, that was a Twitch alert, though, that went off. The Twitch alert was different this time than the last Twitch alert we had. Man, my stream is so scuffed.
To being unfaithful to his wife. This was pretty much confirmed in a video that came out later of Austin with another woman at some club. But again, there was absolutely no evidence that he had ever assaulted anyone or had children with other women. After Austin announced that he'd be taking legal action against the people slandering him, Cole's video was ultimately taken down. His mishandling of this story almost single-handedly buried the potential to expose Austin. But as the whole commotion died down, the people who were adamant about Austin's misdeeds continued to gather evidence. Unfortunately for Ace Family fans, it seems this close brush with career-ending controversies wasn't enough to get Austin and his wife to be more careful about their conduct, and as early as 2021, they were already back in the headlines, this time for very different reasons. Catherine had a contract with a cosmetics company called TBL, where she would be its public face and promote the brand while they handled the back end. But allegedly on March 10th of 2020,
she looks like she has like a lot of Botox in her face. Like, the upper part of her face must not move at all.
21, she logged into the company's accounts and changed all of their passwords in what is described as an attempted coup, followed by threats to dissolve it and appropriate all of its assets if the company didn't give her what she wanted. This is an insane financial maneuver, and it was serious enough that the company actually sued her for it. And this was taking place around the same time that the Ace Family channel—
This is so fucking unhinged.
—was starting to experience a serious dip in viewership. Austin, meanwhile, was trying his hand at influencer boxing, which led many to speculate that Catherine's actions were some desperate attempt to make some money to maintain their luxurious lifestyle. Ultimately, this boxing match was also an attempt to capitalize on the influencer boxing trend of the time, and they definitely were expecting to make some serious cash from it. But what many didn't realize is that Austin was not just a fighter. He was a part of the production, setting up the entire thing. Well, shortly after Austin fought Bryce Hall, a legal battle broke out as multiple parties were alleging they hadn't been paid what they were promised by Austin. Reason being that the fight's viewership drastically underperformed and didn't make any money. Just a few months later, Austin was handed a $200,000 fine for doing an impromptu fan meetup that ended up blocking the streets of Beverly Hills for hours. The same month that this went down, the McBroom's $10 million mansion was foreclosed, basically confirming two possibilities. One, that they were rapidly running out of money, or two, they just weren't making any. While this should have been a sign for them to take a step—
Wait, they must have spent so much fucking money? What the fuck?
Back, regroup, and focus on long-term financial planning. Instead, they continued to make rash decisions with their deteriorating brand. In 2022, they decided to slow down their content creation efforts to host an Ace Family Festival, which they were going to charge $300 per ticket for. I don't know what kind of low-watt NPC you'd have to be to even consider going to an Ace Family Festival at a $300 price point, but clearly the family was desperate enough to try anything at this point. The most scammy-looking part of this was that they were selling the tickets before they even had a location or precise date. And on top of that, they even sold a VIP gold ticket for $500, which also granted you access to Austin's next boxing match, which also hadn't even been booked. To no one's surprise, the Ace Family Festival was a complete catastrophe, with extremely long lines of people under extreme heat, tents breaking down, and ridiculously expensive food. The whole thing was documented by commentary YouTuber Atozi, where even among the
Bro, Atozi's everywhere. We literally just watched a video off of him.
Issues, you can see how empty it was.
I'd probably say maybe 300 or 400 people are here.
While the public doesn't have access to the financial details, given the lack of attendance, it's very unlikely that it came close to breaking even. It seemed like the Ace family had intended this festival
literally Temu festival level
as their exit plan from YouTube. One final swing at squeezing some money out of their audience before they disappeared. But by the time they put it on, their reputation was...
Wait, did stream went down? Oh. Has my stream been stuttering again?
Already in the gutter, and no one cared to even show up. In mid-2023, they tested the waters to see if a return to form was possible, and while the video did get millions of views, they wouldn't upload again in the immediate aftermath, with no explanation given. Ultimately, it seems the answer may have been relationship troubles, as in January of the following year, they came forward to announce that they were getting a divorce. As happy as many were that the Ace family was finally coming to an end, it wasn't the satisfying crash out they were looking for, with Catherine and the kids drifting steadily out of the spotlight, and Austin only occasionally showing his face to try and run get-rich-quick schemes. This story looked to be dead and buried. But in November of...
Honestly, I'm surprised they didn't do like a crypto rug pull. I feel like it's their type.
2024, it was suddenly revived by the announcement that Catherine was now with someone else. With the media excited at the prospect of more Ace family drama, people waited with bated breath for a response from Austin. And they did get one, although not in the way they expected. Within a week or so of this announcement, Austin McBroom had a lawsuit filed against him for allegedly recording a loud and disruptive skit that exposed a woman's address.
Jeez.
Apparently, these videos were posted to his Snapchat and caused this woman to be harassed by strangers as if she was somehow connected to Austin, when in actuality, he just picked a random person's house to do a sketch wherein he pretended to be getting kicked out and having his belongings all scattered on the front lawn. The driving factor behind the lawsuit is that the harassment this woman received required her to temporarily move out and pay double rent for a month, all thanks to Austin's antics. He and Catherine's name popping up in news outlets led to a resurgence in attention, and sharks from their past began circling as they smelled blood.
That's good.
Case in point, Cole Kerrigan came back to revisit his controversy after having been completely silent about it for years.
You guys remember this little video? That's me, and real ones will know when that video was posted. Austin and his team posted a statement calling me a liar, and to this day I get called a liar when it comes to accusations because I outed him and his dad for my friend at the time. But I just want to say, after that happened,
I really wish those like we got to the bottom of these accusations. Like, what happened? Because she said it wasn't factual, but she didn't say what the actual story was. Boobucks! Thank you for the 11 months, Cute Squad! Thank you so much for the resub! Thank you, thank you!
Austin hand-delivered me $40,000 cash just to not say anything after his team posted that and to delete my video.
Wow.
There's some proof, but if y'all want a more in-depth story time, let me know.
Cole once again comes across as an extremely unreliable narrator for a few reasons. He says he got $40,000 in cash from Austin, but as Leslie showed in the text messages that she posted, money was always Cole's objective from the start, even if he had to use other people's supposed victimhood to do it. At the same time, Cole's evidence that he was paid by Austin is just a picture of him holding money. There is no proof Austin gave him this money. Then again, Cole claims Austin also got to Leslie to keep her quiet, so it's honestly impossible to be certain of what the truth is here, given how much misinfo is being thrown back and forth. But I think in regards to this specific situation, unless some more compelling proof comes out showing Austin is guilty or has paid people off, he's probably innocent. Ultimately, this topic coming back didn't really pan out to any actual charges being pressed, and due to how irrelevant Austin and the Ace family were at this point, it barely mattered anymore. In May of 2025,
What was the blood pictures though? Did anybody try to like Google reverse that image? Maybe like, is it a stock photo? What is it?
Catherine took part in an episode of the Call Her Daddy podcast. This name is so cooked, man. To talk about everything going on in her life. She says a lot of stuff about how their financial
This name is especially cooked after we got traumatized watching your last video, Tom.
situation fell apart and how Austin wasn't faithful, but it's worth remembering that she stuck with this guy for years and was more of an accomplice than a victim, so it's hard not to take it with a grain of salt when she suggests that Austin was the one who brought the problems around. Finally, on Christmas Day 2025, the Ace family uploaded another new video at last. Catherine is nowhere to be seen, and instead, it's just Austin and the kids. It's hard to know what's going on behind the scenes with these people. Maybe Catherine wants to come back to this channel, maybe just Austin does, maybe they're running out of money again. We simply can't know it all. And in some ways, the public isn't owed an explanation anyway, because we don't know these people. There's no denying that the Ace family had a meteoric rise and fall, and in a way, they're different from the other channels I've talked about today, because Austin and Catherine never outright hurt their kids, outside of the obvious paradigm of family vlogging being generally unethical. Ultimately, there are a lot of questions still unanswered about their time on YouTube as a whole, but given everything I've shown today, maybe some questions are better left unanswered. It's also for the best that the last family we're talking about is no longer allowed to operate on YouTube. Although, fair warning, this is easily the most horrific out of all of them. Unlike everyone else on this list, Michelle Hackney Hobson's 7 children, ages ranging from 3 to 15, were all adopted. Due to the unusual nature of her household, her channel got a lot of attention during its run from 2012 to 2019, reaching over 350 million views and over 800,000 subscribers. But as early as 2017, the public was aware of a few huge red flags, signaling that something much darker was afoot behind the scenes. For reasons unknown, one of her
Kick and Twitch went down? Like, I guess my network problems never got resolved, and I updated all my drivers today. Which is... sucks. And Kick is offline too? Yeah, it's offline. Jesus Christ, man. I hate internet problems. I don't know what is causing this. How is YouTube not down? YouTube's usually the first one to go down.
children was seen running through the neighborhood without clothes on, which was reported to the police, who then forwarded the issue to the Department of Child
Kick has been having problems all day, really? And Twitch has been unstable? Oh my god, thank you, Soul Handout Needed, for the sub. Thank you. Well, I hope it's a platform issue and not my issue, but like, I was kind of doing this stream to test out my network issues, so... But even like during my Zoom call with my therapist, the call was breaking. Fucking sucks, man. Other streamers are okay. You're watching other streamers at the same time as me? Treachery. I'm locking you in the basement.
Safety. As it turns out, Michelle had complaints levied against her since before the creation of her YouTube channel. As far back as 2011, the first complaint claimed that Michelle would lock her foster kids in a room where they yelled and cried helplessly, and she refused to let them out. Following this first complaint, there were a number of accusations made over the next few years. One claim suggested that she forced one of her kids to stand in a corner for prolonged periods of time as punishment while she went to bed. Another claim was that she had her kids wearing ripped shoes that were 3 sizes too small. On January 31st of 2014, one of her kids ended up hospitalized in a mental ward after an incident at school, although we don't exactly know what went down. Later that year, another claim was made against Michelle to DCS. They claimed she didn't clean her kids, which led them to have feces on their skin, causing abrasions and infections. In 2015, someone alleged that she had thrown a can at one of her kids' heads, leaving a scar. In June that same year, it was claimed she gave one of them a black eye, several bruises, skin rashes, and that they were showing signs of starvation. In 2017, another—
Okay, literal crime though. What the fuck is wrong with people? That's gotta be like mental illness, right?
Claim was made, this one even more serious. They said that Michelle was locking children in a closet for 90% of the day, withholding food from them, and spraying them with mace as a form of punishment.
Oh
With the
my
sheer
God!
volume of claims being made against her over the years, you would think that a serious investigation would have taken place. Despite visiting Michelle's home a total of 9 times, they never managed to get anything definitive on her, and as a result, she was allowed to continue running her channel with no issues. For several years, Michelle flew right under the radar, completely unfettered, making videos prominently featuring the children she was actively hurting. The suffering wouldn't end until March of 2019, when one of Michelle's biological children, Megan Hobson, decided to step in, and the police were called to perform a welfare check. What they found wasn't just confirmation that all of the complaints to DCS were real, but in actuality, it was much worse. As reported by the Maricopa City Police Department, the children, one of which was 3 years old, looked malnourished with dark rings under their eyes and pale complexions, substantiating the claim that she kept them inside and didn't allow them to have regular sleep or sun exposure. One of the daughters immediately offered up information to the police, saying that she was kept in a closet for days at a time with no food or water, pepper sprayed, forced to have ice baths, and that her head had been forced underwater for periods of time as punishment.
Oh my God, that is literal abuse. That is so dark. Yeah, I don't understand how they called like the social services to the house and they haven't been able to substantiate any of those claims 3 times.
And unfortunately, the harm that Michelle dished out didn't limit itself to being physical. Instead, it was also sexual. A lot of the suffering she inflicted was apparently motivated, or at least directly related to, the kids not performing in the videos exactly how Michelle wanted them to. It is deeply disturbing that all of this was going on while she uploaded almost weekly to YouTube, parading her victims around and blatantly profiting off of their pain on the regular. And surprisingly, it gets even darker. 2 of her sons were in on it, so to speak. Logan and Ryan Hackney were not adopted, and they were promptly charged with failing to report the crimes taking place inside the house once it became clear.
Wait, she adopted those children? I know some people like take in adopted children because they get like money from the government or some shit and they like abuse them. These guys look like criminals. Like, what the fuck?
That there was no way they weren't aware of what was going on. For whatever legal technicality, these 2 had their charges dismissed. But as it turns out, years later, both of them were once again charged with felony sexual misconduct with minors. Although it's unclear if these charges are related to their foster siblings or if they're about unrelated crimes. One piece of information that is available is that one of them, Logan, is alleged to have been in contact with 2 minors under the age of 15 between the years of 2008 and 2013, while the other one, Ryan, was in contact with 1 between 2011 and 2012. If these victims are indeed their siblings, it adds another degree of perversion and evil to this whole story. Michelle, meanwhile, didn't end up serving her full sentence, as she died in November of 2019 at the age of 48.
And tonight, the prosecutor leading the case against Hobson says her death is actually a good thing.
On the surface, family vlogging channels present a glimpse into someone else's world. What could be more wholesome than smiling families, opening presents, and having fun? It's all the more disturbing then when the curtain is peeled back and some of them turn out to be more cruel than any viewer would have ever imagined. But for me, it's not just the bad apples. The entire genre is essentially predicated on robbing kids of their youth and blasting it out to the world for everyone to see their every moment. Have we not learned from how developmentally stunted many child actors turn out to be? I guess the answer is no, we haven't learned. And everything I've talked about in this video will probably be repeated again. I've been Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.
Dude, that was such a dark video. That was okay. I hate family channels. I feel like they should just be banned. They should just be banned from YouTube. You should not be allowed to film like kids under a certain age. Because they can't actually consent to it. They don't have like all of the mental capacities to do it. We need more Turkey BWC top. No more. No fucking more, man. I can't take it. Yeah, they were purposefully malicious and it's exploitative too. And they get so rich off of it. Like, how is there an audience for this? don't get it. What kind of NPC do you have to be to watch this? You shouldn't farm kids in general for content? Yeah, absolutely. I can agree with that. Wild. Ugh, it's mostly children PDFs watching it. No, dude, don't say that. It's terrible. It's probably true, but it's terrible. Oh my god. Alright, I'm gonna head off. Thank you for suffering with me through this video. we should have just kept on watching Warhammer's videos. I regret this one. I took mental damage there. I'm gonna go eat a cookie or something to cheer me up. Yeah. Yeah, remember, kids don't belong on YouTube channels. They belong in the minds, okay? Thank you, everybody. I'm gonna try to fix the scuff of the streams for the next one. I love you guys.